All right, everyone, we're broadcasting live.
Thank you. Dr. Maker, can I get, no, did you? Thank you. The time is now 5:31. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome all our visitors watching us virtually via the Zoom software on the IT's YouTube channel and then also Council Live. I'd like to have roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph, Councilor Holloway, Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Present.
Thank you. We have enough for a quorum. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So move. Move to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the interview and the appointment of prospective candidates for employment, city clerk, and appointment boards and commissions. A29 to discuss the award of certain public contracts, including finance director services involving the expenditure of public funds, the terms and scope of such contract, and where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position of the city, and to the extent such discussions will be aided thereby. And A4 for the protection of the privacy of individuals in matters not related to public business.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Pelham, seconded by Councilor Parton. Any discussion? Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself from discussion of the HRHA board for
Okay,
personal conflict.
okay. Okay, we'll have that noted for the record, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion? Okay, roll call.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Excuse
Yes,
me.
ma'am.
This is Councilor Holloway.
Thank you. We have you noted. Time is 5:34, but I saw you come on at 5:33.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
It's for the closed session motion.
Excuse me?
The motion we're voting on is for the closed session motion.
Oh, yes.
Councilor Parton,
Sorry.
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Okay, motion passes. We're going to enter in a closed session. Mr. Altman and Ms. Robinson, you can join us at the start of it, please. Dr. Manker, we're coming back in and I messaged you about a member of council having some issues.
Okay. I received your message.
Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
I had no trouble getting in this time, so I don't need Dr. Manker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, let me see who all is here. We messaged the vice mayor to let her know to come back on. Okay. While we wait for Vice Mayor Bennett to get on, we're gonna get started. Dr. Manker, are you able to resume?
Yes, we're ready to go whenever you guys are.
Okay, I'm ready to go. All right, we're coming out of closed session at this time. Is there a motion to end closed session?
Oh, okay.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Any discussion?
That's Council Pelham.
All right, Counselor, any discussion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett, Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, I want the record to reflect that Vice Mayor Bennett left the closed session because she had a second conflict of interest for the appointments tonight for the BZA. So please add that to the record for her. Can we please have the certification of closed session?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters: 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, coming out of closed session, just for the notes for tonight, council is going to be providing some information to the city manager and city attorney regarding the finance contract by Friday. Your task is to relate to the HR department per majority of council to schedule the interviews for the clerk position. The dates we have selected are the 5th, and as an alternative, the 12th, I believe, both at 6:30 p.m.
I thought it was 6.
I'm at 6 o'clock, I'm sorry, 6 p.m. for both. And we're moving on to the appointments tonight.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Were we supposed to give that to her to HR's director to do that?
That's why I said.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, can I ask a question? Can we do this right after the closed session? I guess that's the new thing now, instead of waiting to the open meeting.
Yes, that's been discussed several times. This is still part of the meeting. We're about to do the votes for appointments as well.
Just a yes or no answer. Thank you.
Welcome. I mean, we've addressed this several times. That's why I
Thank
answered.
you very much, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. So appointments, is there any recommendation? Does anyone like to have these parsed out, or do you want me to go through the full list?
Let's parse out the BZA and the HRHA for Vice Mayor Bennett.
Understood. I was going to do that anyways because she was excused from that. So does council want to parse out the other appointments?
No.
Okay. For the CCJB board, there is a request to reappoint Mary Kay Martin, John Tyler Community College Board, to appoint Elliot Elides and Deborah Marks. The Recreation Commission to reappoint Ms. Faithia Flowers. For the HRHA, to appoint Anthony Bennett Jr. and Ms. Susan Temple. For the EDA, Economic Development Authority, to reappoint Elliot Elides, and then to also appoint Ms. Havens. For the BZA, the Board of Zoning Appeals, to reappoint Ashley Epps. For KHB, for Keep Hopeful Beautiful, to reappoint Brian Silver.
You were supposed to parcel out BZA and
I'm sorry.
HRA.
1 second. I was reading it off the sheet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Madam Clerk, strike HRHA and BZA. I was reading down the list. For the reappointment of KHB for Brian Silver, the reappointment of Hod Budworth, Elliot Elides to the Planning Commission. So on this first round is CCJB, John Tyler Community College Board, Recreation Commission, EDA, KHB, and the
Planning.
Commission.
Planning Commission.
She said it.
Is there a motion for that?
I so move.
Thank you. It's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Parton. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Bennett, you joined as well. Vice Mayor Bennett?
This is for everything Vice Mayor Bennett minus HRHA and the BZA for your conflict of interest.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mhm. Madam Clerk, does that complete the roll call?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next up, council has a recommendation to appoint Anthony Bennett Jr. to the Housing Authority along with Susan Temple, and then to reappoint Ashley Epps to the BZA. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Any discussion? Seeing none, and Madam Clerk, you can exclude Vice Mayor Bennett from roll call. Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
don't know what that was.
And what's the tally on that, Madam Clerk?
Motion passed 4-2.
Okay. All right, everyone, this is the end of our closed session for tonight. We will be back here at 7:30. If you're watching right now on the Council Live or the YouTube page, please join us again at 7:30 and we'll be back to the regular meeting agenda. We're going to adjourn until then.
Are you
And-
closing? Are you closing the meeting?
No, Dr. Maker, can you put the standard slide on the screen and mute all the microphones, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. I said recess.
Good. You're married man?
Yes, my lovely wife.
Mr. Bizell, you need to put your microphone on mute, please.
Is everyone back?
I am.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Minker, are you ready to resume the broadcast? Or I think it was already going. You ready to start the meeting?
Yes, we are. We're actually broadcasting now.
Thank you, everyone. Time is now 7:32. Like to call the regular meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here.
Thank you. Welcome all of our visitors that are joining us via the Zoom software, Council Live, or the city's IT YouTube page. Hope everything is going well for everyone during this time. I'd like to have the prayer by Mr. Herbert Bragg, Director of Intergovernmental and Public Affairs, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Councilor Holloway if she has joined.
Can you hear me, Mayor Gore?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let us pray. God of peace, we exalt your name today, and we invite you to preside over this meeting, even when there are different opinions. Lord, grant us a spirit of unity and cooperation. Father, let our aim in this meeting be aligned with your direction. Let our plans be orchestrated by you. Lord, I pray that we do not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. Lord, guide us through this COVID-19 pandemic. Help us to develop and advance a vaccine that will contain and cure this dangerous virus. Lord, comfort those who are bereaved with your holy word. Lord, bless this agenda, this council, and the citizens of Hopewell. It's in your most holy name that I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Let me check to see if Councilor Holloway has joined us. I believe I see her number. Councilor Holloway, are you able to unmute your microphone? If not, we'll ask IT to help you. Okay. I think we're having some difficulties. Mr. Bragg, do you want to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance?
I can do it.
Unmute your microphone. Okay, well, I'll start it. I pledge allegiance to the
Flag of the
United States of America and to the republic
which
which is
stands
one
one
nation
nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice
for
for
all.
all. Okay. Thank you very much. We are now on the adoption of the regular meeting agenda. I do have an item for us to discuss in regards to the chamber. There has been an ask for us to present a resolution to them. There was an email sent out in regards to selecting a date to do that or to put it on this agenda. The feedback I received yesterday was there was some concerns regarding us meeting together. So we need to discuss this item, so how to move forward. So I don't answer on behalf of council by myself. That needs to be up here for a discussion. And then also regarding the regular meeting agenda, I would like for it to also be amended to reflect council's rules. Council Rule 304 states that once any member of council places an item on the agenda, it cannot be removed other than by them or placed on, it could be removed during a regular meeting agenda by a 2/3 vote. There's been ongoing issues regarding the agenda creation with submissions not being added to the agenda as submitted or even added at all. And I have several items that I have placed on the agenda that were not submitted and put into the packet the way I've submitted it. Again, this has been an ongoing issue. And so I would like for council to vote to put the items back where they were submitted and belong. Also, Rule 303 states the agenda template, and that does not specify that the new business section of our agenda, which is where council predominantly votes, is only for the city manager. Any member of council can place an item in that section for a vote of council. The reason why I'm asking for these items to be adjusted is number one, IR2, voter supplies. We received a donation through National League of Cities. Wanted to address that with council. IR8, the city's Wi-Fi, that is placed at the bottom of the agenda. In our last regular meeting, we had a lengthy discussion regarding those options using our COVID-19 funding. IR4 is a joint meeting with the school board. During this time, many families are struggling with virtual learning and needing to adjust. And that is an ongoing conversation that residents should be having with their counselors. Since we do not oversee the school board directly or the superintendent to support our residents, we should have a conversation together to talk about education. In regards to IR5, I've had this on the agenda for several times, for months actually. The Creative Workforce Board is in need of Hopewell's appointments to be able to have a full board to address workforce needs in the region. I do not want Hopewell to be the locality that holds up workforce services, especially during COVID-19 and the unemployment rates that we have in Virginia in our locality. IR6, Cities of Opportunity. I've had this on the agenda since last year, waiting for a vote of council. We have all the pieces together for this grant to be able to implement and execute it. It creates neighborhood councils for people to talk with staff to address their immediate needs. If people are paying attention to what citizens want in the city, this is something that will address their needs directly. VML representation, which is IR12. I have relayed this to council via email on several occasions that per the bylaws of the organization, we are to respond back to them. We are going to participate in the annual business meeting as a member city. Same thing goes for National League of Cities. We have to provide back to them if we're going to participate or not. Since there is discussion about what the mayor can and cannot do, since I'm in a ceremonial role, I cannot speak for the city council by myself without having majority vote of council. I can't act by myself without having majority vote of council, which is 4. And so I would like to be able to respond back to both these organizations so that we're compliant and do not mess up their bylaws. IR 14, the Red Book backlog. This is also important for us.
Order.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor Gore, you lost me in all of this.
Mhm.
You indicated that you would like the council to address placement of on the agenda
Mhm.
and agenda submissions for
Mhm.
Rule 304 and 303.
Mhm.
Are these pertaining to 303 and 304 or?
Yes, they
are-
are.
Okay, can you just, instead of going down through all of this, can you just summarize it? We've got a limited amount of time.
No, I'm going to, a point of order is used for parliamentary procedures. I'm actually going through all of them so the public can understand why I'm asking for these to be moved up in my request for an
I don't
amendment.
believe that has anything to do with the parliamentary procedures.
The answer is
Maybe.
no, I'm not going to limit this because that's the problem thus far. These items have been limited. And so I'm asking for my amendment and I'm explaining why.
I don't think that has anything to do with parliamentary procedures. I've indicated that
So Counselor Randolph, point of Counselor Randolph, Counselor
ma'am.
Randolph, point of orders are used for parliamentary procedure.
And that was my question.
And I've answered your, okay, so I've answered your question. And this right now, this back and forth is actually delaying the meeting longer. If I can just finish my comments.
No, it's not, but I don't think the explanation of every line item is needed for parliamentary procedure.
No,
We
the
understand
point of
that you're
order is
asking
for
for-
parliamentary procedures.
It
And
is.
so at this point, you're causing disruption to the meeting. Do you have a point of order question that I have not answered?
Yes, ma'am. The answer given was that you were going to continue no matter what. And
Correct.
I asked that the parliamentary procedure is that you had an agenda issue and would like to address it.
Correct, and I'm addressing it now.
No, you're already in the debate and
No, I'm
discussion.
not, I'm stating the reasons why. But again, Counselor Randolph, anytime someone wants to amend the agenda, they have the flexibility to say why. And I'm going through the points that I would like to have moved up. So again, this is causing disruption to the meeting and prolonging the process. I would like to go back to continue doing that.
Ma'am, I'm not trying to argue with you. I am simply bringing up that at the time that you want to address 303 and 304, and council agrees to that, then we can look at these each one at a time. But right now is not appropriate parliamentary procedure. That's all I'm going
Thank
to
you,
say.
Councilor Randolph, for your opinion. I appreciate that. Back to item 14, the Red Book backlog. As I stated before, for 6 months dating back to last year, the clerk's office maintains the minutes for the city and city council. When I became in this position, there was a 2-year backlog with the minutes being signed and approved and uploaded on the website. I've been trying to work on that backlog by signing minutes that were under the former mayor's term. Since I've been mayor, I have not signed any minutes on behalf of the city or official record, which is not good for the city. So that backlog,
Point of order.
2019, this item needs to be moved up so that way we can address it. IR 15 is the town hall.
What kind of point of order called?
I heard her. Counselor Randolph, please wait one moment until you have the floor. Counselor Denton, what's your point of order?
I don't understand what all of these explanations are about. If you want to change the order of the agenda, that's one thing. But the explanations and going into every one of these is not necessary. You
I'm
can do
providing
that if you're
explanations.
you can do that when and if this is passed.
So Counselor Denton, to answer your question, I'm providing a brief explanation so that you can have an educated opinion about how you're going to vote. So again, I'm going to continue my list because whenever someone has the amendment to the agenda, they have the flexibility to do that. I don't know why it will be treated differently. IR 15 is a town hall for the public. Since COVID-19, we have not addressed the community as a whole. When I requested to have that conversation, there was a majority of vote to deny that. And there's been several residents that's been asking for feedback from their elected representatives.
Point
IR
of information, please.
financial audit, sure, go ahead.
Madam City Attorney, could you help me understand if this is proper parliamentary procedure? When the mayor is in charge of the meeting, I know that she has the ability to deny points of order. And I do not feel that it's being consistently handled, but for my point of information, is this parliamentarily appropriate for us before we get into the changes that she would like in the Rule 304 and 303?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So relative to procedure, the appropriate handling of the motion should be simply to state the motion and then during the discussion period, lay out the reasons for your having made them and or why you are in support of that motion and not as a part of the motion itself.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's what I was understanding. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I'm just following precedent set before me, but I'm fine with adjusting. So the motion on the floor is to move all the IRs that have been submitted in previous agendas to move to the new business section as they were submitted in compliance with both 303 and 304. And then also to move IR1 that's on the agenda to the bottom of the list because IR1 was not submitted in prior meeting agendas before these items were. So this is a new submission that was placed at the top of the list, ignoring the other submissions that have been there for months.
I'll make a substitute motion to approve.
Actually,
To
One
approve.
second, Counselor Parton, you have to be called on, sir, to make motions. Counselor Pelham had her hand raised first.
No, ma'am, she did not. I have.
Sir, Counselor Parton, I'm calling on Counselor Pelham. Thank you very much, Counselor Pelham.
I'd like to make a motion to submit all the changes that you so mentioned before.
Second. Now we're in discussion. So Madam Attorney, can I continue with my discussion now?
Who made, was it Counselor Pelham who made the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, typically, the proper procedure would be giving the
To let
person
them
who
first.
made the motion go
Okay.
first in terms of the discussion. If she passes that up, then whatever, again, whatever order is necessary to advance the discussion would be what would be appropriate at that point.
That's fine. Just want to make sure there's no objections, so that way there's no other point of orders. Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Counselor,
If I have that choice, then I would say that I totally agree that there are, especially the R5 on our agenda for tonight was definitely not put on the agenda before all the hours you aforementioned. And in the future, then that's the way that something should appear on the agenda and be discussed and finalized before it just arbitrarily change from an R item or our item. But the way the person, of course, places the item on the agenda should take priority. And as you read before, no one has the authority to change that in any manner, even if they supervise in the agenda. So if we stick to those rules, then we should be okay. Thank you very much.
do you yield the rest of your time to me?
Yeah.
Thank you. For the rest of the explanation, so you can vote accordingly, however way you feel. The town hall request, I already addressed that. The financial audit, there's a group of citizens called the WCN, the Word Connection Network, I believe it's called, the acronym. They have emailed council several times, a group of representatives from each ward in regard to our actions. And one of the items they have actually emailed us about is the agenda preparation. But that aside, the financial audit, when we had a meeting to discuss the delay in getting the quotes back to move forward with the forensic audit, we had a presentation. And in the minutes, it said that council will be coming back to finalize that determination. And also at that meeting, we asked the external partner that came to present to give us more information regarding compliance audits and risk fraud assessments. And that was due to the fact that 4 departments haven't had a thorough audit in the past 4 years. And some of us wanted to have some accountability with the city's finances. That has not been put back on the agenda. Well, it has on our end, but it hasn't made it to the new business section for us to discuss it. CCR3 is COVID-19 expenditures. I believe Councilor Pelham put that on there and I put it on there before. We've had some discussions regarding our federal funds for COVID-19, but if people are paying attention to the allocations that we have, it looks like there's some leftover money that we can clarify how it can be used before the 12/31 deadline. Congress has not extended that deadline for cities as far as I know of. But we have not received an updated list of expenditures today so we can track the use of the money given to the city by all departments. There's also a request for communications from citizens. Since March, our agenda template has been adjusted without a vote of council and it removes communications from citizens. I've had it on the agenda for months now to put that back so that the public can engage in their own local democracy. The last couple points are strategic plan. Citizens participated in town halls last year to say what they wanted for their community. We met and held 2 strategic planning sessions. Staff met to develop plans of action to address the goals and objectives established by the citizens' feedback. Some things that people talk about in the community is our roads, our infrastructure, housing, after-school programs, finances, things of that nature. They're all covered in the strategic plan. Staff presented that to us in February prior to COVID-19 being a talk of the town, and they asked for a vote to execute so that way they can implement the plan in March. Most of the topics that are in the strategic plan can be executed despite the fact that we are in a COVID-19 status. And so if we're going to be responsive to our citizens and address what they want for Hopewell, I don't see why we're just not voting on the strategic plan. Community crime meeting, we had that back in December after we had that press conference where 6 out of 7 counselors were present. We had that meeting, public shared their input about what they wanted to address crime. There was a group of citizens that registered to be involved and to volunteer and help city council address this from their neighborhoods. I've been asking for us to have that feedback made public through VCU, who was a facilitator, and also find ways to engage those citizens that signed up to participate. Last thing I'll say is, State of the City address. I've been asking since last year for us to educate the public on what the city is doing, meaning all departments, let them know the obstacles that we have, what the plans are to move forward, what the departments are doing that come along with a customer service survey so that we can get the feedback from the public about how they feel about city services, since we are here to provide support for them. That received an affirmative vote. Whenever we tried to schedule it, I couldn't get any traction on it. I put it back on the agenda, and I have emails from members of council saying they did not want to do a State of the City address. And the reason why I'm still pushing this is because the public needs to know what's going on in their local government. And especially due to the fact that there was a recent meeting at the high school with a group of concerned citizens and listen to their feedback. Some of the items that we have on here and included in our strategic plan can immediately address those concerns, but yet they're not getting votes on. And the last thing that's on this list is a rental inspection program. We have halted on that, waiting for feedback from council how to proceed. And at the end of the day, especially due to COVID, people being in their homes, we need to expand the rental inspection program so that people can get the support that they need. And then also looking at our fees that we charge residents to make sure they're going to the proper things like stormwater, roads, potholes, and all those things, and before we talk about another tax increase. So all these things have been on the agenda since last year, waiting for votes of council. Either the meetings are boycotted by not having enough members present for an attendance, either the items are removed from the prior to the agenda being distributed, or either they're relocated to the IR section and never voted on, or either when they are put up in the R section by happenstance, there's a vote to table it and push it to the bottom of the agenda, or to adjourn the meeting, or to adjourn the meeting after only addressing certain topics and omitting everyone else's submissions. And so I'm asking for this to be done because looking at earlier agendas this year, Councilor Parton and Councilor Denton have both have items submitted in the R section on the agenda for votes. They received their votes. I've had my items on the agenda as well as Councilor Holloway and Councilor Pelham for over a year. And there's been a constant attempt to, it's been successful for us to not have votes on these matters. And I said it before, if council does not want to approve these items, then simply vote it down. That's your prerogative. You represent your ward, but we all represent wards and we have constituent concerns that we need to have addressed. So either vote it up or vote it down. So put it back on the R section tonight so we can vote on them, or either call a special meeting to address this backlog, because it's not right to our wards and our citizens. And this also, again, violates Rule 303 and 304. Councilor Parton.
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote.
Great.
Is there a second? Or doesn't have to have a call for a vote. There's no objections. Okay. Call for the votes on the floor by Councilor Parton. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, reiterate the vote.
Councilor Parton asked to limit discussion on what I just shared and to call for the vote. So the vote that we're voting on is to call for the vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph. Your mic is muted, Counselor Randolph.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Clerk, I don't believe you called me in the roll call.
I did.
You did? Okay, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. My vote is no.
Yes, ma'am. I got that.
I'm sorry. So motion passes to end discussion 4-3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Council Parton,
Oh.
is that your hand from the last time?
Now I'm ready to make another motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we amend the agenda to include R6, the email that the city manager sent out to us about broadband funding opportunity in downtown Hopewell, and to move IR2 to R7.
Motion's on the floor to create an R6 for the Wi-Fi and then to move IR2 to R7.
Point of information, please.
Yes, Councilor Pelham.
Madam Attorney, is that appropriate to add something other than the adding the additional request for broadband? Would that be out of the line of a substitute motion?
I saw it as out of order simply because once there was a vote on calling the vote, there was not a vote on the motion itself. And so the motion had been seconded and discussion had been engaged. So in order for the motion by Councilor Parton to be in order, it should have been in the form of a motion to amend or substitute. And that would have to be subject to the second and a vote before it could go forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard Councilor Parton say earlier he wanted to make a substitute motion, which is why I was entertaining it as a substitute if I wasn't clear. But we actually do have the roll call on the floor for the actual motion. Thank you, Madam Attorney. We'll address that first.
So what are we voting on? The initial motion?
The motion that's on the floor right now. That'd be proper, Madam Attorney?
I had not heard him say a motion he wanted to move to substitute. So if that is reflected in the record, then you have to go forward on the motion. Do you allow him to substitute his motion for the one that has been properly seconded and offered for discussion? I simply did not hear either the motion to substitute or a motion to amend coming from him before he offered up the additional changes.
He said it earlier, but he didn't say with this. So let's keep it straight protocol. So we'll just do the motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion that we currently have on the floor, please?
The current motion on the floor is to submit all the changes that Mayor Gore has requested. Is that correct, Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Okay.
Back to the original placement on the agenda.
Okay.
To exclude the ones that have been put in front of it. And put them at the bottom. Place them at the bottom.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Thank you, Councilor Pelham. Madam Clerk, can we see a roll call, please?
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Is that yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Parton?
No.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
No.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
No.
Councilor Randolph?
No.
Okay, Councilor Parton.
I move that we amend the agenda to include R6, broadband funding opportunity for downtown Hopewell, as from the city manager, and R7 voter protection supplies donation, which is IR2.
Council Parton, I have a point of information for you. I have the exact same thing already on the agenda as IR8, so that's overriding my agenda request, and just because it was the same information. Are you moving? You're going to keep IR8 on the agenda, even though it's the same thing, and just make a new IR6.
IR6 is going to be a discussion from the city manager on the email that he sent us out asking to present this opportunity to us.
Correct. And as I just stated, that's exactly what IR8 is. I asked for him to provide that information to everyone.
Oh, God.
So
It's going to be his presentation though.
clearly, because I'm not the city manager and I'm not working with staff on Wi-Fi.
Oh, come on.
So
Can somebody repeat that motion, please, so I can mark it, what we're going to be voting on?
one moment, Councilor Randolph. So Councilor Parton, so that's just R6.
R6 is for broadband funding opportunity in downtown Hopewell. And then R7 is voter protection supply donation.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Parton has made a motion.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. Any discussion? Vice Mayor Benny, have discussion on the motion on the floor?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I actually had my hand up earlier. I'll take it down.
Councilor Denton, do you have a discussion for the motion on the floor?
I thought I put my hand down, but maybe I didn't.
It's okay. Okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No, yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. The agenda has been adopted. Moving on to the consent agenda. Councilor Randolph?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to propose a special meeting for the sections 303 and 304 so that council can discuss and the agenda and the issues that have come up with the agenda, and therefore then make some decisions together on how to have the agenda proposed and voted on in the next meeting. So I'd like to propose a special, a work session for us to do that within the next 2 weeks if possible.
So are you trying to add that to the agenda for us to vote on?
I'm trying to get us, I'm trying to get us to approve a work session for agenda discussion and changes, or somehow come together on this agenda process. Yes, ma'am, because the last time, like you, last year when I proposed something and it went to a special meeting, we never had that special meeting. So I have stuff that was requested for changes in the agenda last year, and it's never been addressed. So yes, I would like a vote on this as something that would be upcoming for council to hold.
So the reason why I asked is we just adopted the agenda. So are you making an agenda amendment? And then
I was in there before you said that.
My sentence, please. And then also, as a reminder, we just discussed when our availability was for the clerk interviews. We don't have any time available within the next 2 weeks. So if you want to push out further, we could certainly try to put that as an amendment on the agenda. And then also, we do have the work session for the rules and procedures that's on the pending list as well. That's been requested, we just never did it, like you said, because we tried to address this last year. So do you want to make an amendment to the agenda to put this on there for a vote?
If we don't have the ability to do it within the next 2 weeks, then I'll do it on the next agenda.
Okay, that's what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you make a note that Counselor Randolph is going to be reaching back out, put a placeholder for the next agenda for her work session requests. And you can take away the request I had on the agenda for the rules and procedures, and you can use hers instead. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a motion on the floor to approve our consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda and extend the meeting until we finish until we finish business item R7, voter protection supply donation.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Parton. It's been seconded by Counselor Pelham to adopt the consent agenda and to extend council's meeting time to go through just to R7. Is there any discussion? Counselor Randolph?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Counselor Parton?
I need to put mine down.
Okay. So, and there's no hands raised for discussion. So I just want to clarify, once again, in another meeting, we'll be adjourning right after the R section and just ignoring the IRs that have been submitted to the agenda again for another month.
Mhm.
If this is adopted, correct? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3. Moving on, public hearings. Public hearing number 1, amendment of Hopewell's Public Schools Fiscal Year 2021 Operation Budget. Mr. Altman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Your first public hearing this evening is to amend the school's fiscal year 2021 operating budget. Hopewell Public School System received additional federal grant funding for the FY 2021 operating budget in the amount of $1,600,794. The school system is requesting council budget and appropriate these funds to the school operating fund, which is their Fund 14. Staff is recommending council approve the budget and the supplemental appropriation as requested by the Hopewell Public Schools. There was a public hearing for this matter advertised in the progress index for last Tuesday, the 20th. If there are any questions, there are no local funds involved in the request this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I clicked the hyperlink to get to that section of the agenda. I think that it's causing a delay in showing the documents. So I'll have to scroll down.
Blank pages.
While I wait for this to come on the screen, Counselor Pelham?
Yes. We're talking about this item, correct?
Yes, questions regarding his presentation about amending.
Probably should open the public hearing first.
Okay.
No, we can ask questions about his presentation, then we can open a public hearing.
I'm good, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Any questions regarding his presentation?
No, ma'am. Was it-
I don't see any other hands raised by any members of council to ask questions. So the time is 8:11. Calling the public, opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, did you receive any feedback regarding this? And if you're speaking, your microphone is muted.
I did not receive any comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Attorney, Mr. City Manager and Madam Attorney, did you receive any feedback regarding this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Time is now 8:11. We're going to close the public hearing. Is there a motion on the floor so we can have discussion?
Yes. I would like to make a motion that we grant the federal grant funding for fiscal year 2021 operating budget to give the schools the additional $1,600,794 that HPS is requesting at this time.
Second.
Did she say 1 billion?
Correction,
1 million.
1,600,794.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton. It's been seconded by Counselor Parton.
Could I ask?
Now before City Council for discussion. Mr. City Manager, you have a comment?
If I could ask if Ms. Denton and, I'm sorry, I didn't hear who seconded,
Counselor Parton.
could include that the adoption of the resolution included in your
Oh,
package.
yes, yes. If we adopt this resolution that we received, yes.
I'm fine with the change.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have that noted for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we're in discussion. The matter has been placed before council. Any questions? No, any comments for discussion? I'm sorry, on the motion. There are no hands raised. Mr. Altman, I have a question regarding the funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this money going to be able to help them with their COVID related expenses or their virtual learning expenses?
Yes, ma'am. I believe this funding is this is the funding that they received as a result of the COVID relief or the CARES Act funding that was approved at the federal level for schools and was brought down. So yes, this will help them offset those costs.
So we already did something similar for the school. So this is new money or the money that we already appropriated?
This is new money.
So since this is new money, can this help offset the cost that we have, the $500K that we have in our COVID money that we're using for the shelter?
For the shelter?
There is something regarding hurricane mitigation for the high school, I believe it is.
Oh, okay, yeah. So those funds that we programmed in our budget to address the emergency management side it is not a project that the schools are looking to address with their money. Their money is looking at their distance learning, looking at how they can address some of the issues that they're dealing with, that we're assisting with on their side with the daycare at their schools and different things that they're addressing with their COVID money. The shelter piece is a project of the cities, not of the schools.
So is this going to help offset the cost that we put into the after school program with Parks and Recreation with our COVID money?
Well, not with our COVID money. It will help on their side of the equation that they have salaries and whatnot involved in that as we do on our side. It's not going to offset our cost or replace our costs.
Okay, so anything that we have invested with the schools for COVID, we're going to keep those costs, and this is new money for them to use in additional needs that they have.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to public hearing number 2.
Madam Mayor,
Coronavirus release funds. Go ahead.
so Madam Mayor, members of council, the second public hearing this evening is to amend the city's FY21 operating budget by budget and appropriating $1,965,568 of coronavirus relief funds that were provided by the Commonwealth of Virginia. Staff recommends approval of the budget request and the appropriation of the funds, increasing our general operating fund budget to $54,585,445 and authorized. So we had submitted previously our plan for the spending of second round. This is just budget and appropriating those funds within our general operating fund budget. There's a resolution that is included in your packet that for adoption to budget and appropriate the COVID-19 response, the monies to the COVID response funding in our Fund 11. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Any questions regarding this before we open up the public hearing? Seeing no hands raised. Time is now 8:17, calling the public meeting to order, opening it up. Madam Clerk, have you received any feedback regarding this?
No, ma'am, I have not. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, Madam Attorney, have you received any feedback regarding this?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I have not.
thank you so much. Time is now 8:18, closing the public hearing. Is there a motion so we can enter discussion?
Yes, I would make a motion that city council budget and appropriate the $1,965,568 of coronavirus relief funds, increasing the general fund operating budget to $54,585,440 and to accept the resolution presented.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton. I couldn't determine who seconded.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. It's open for discussion.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is this the time that you're gonna present monies that you spent in the category that you spent it in and what you anticipate spending the other monies on in the totality of the $3.8 million?
So as you and I discussed yesterday, we met, staff met yesterday afternoon late to discuss putting together a COVID budget report to council. We haven't completed that yet, but I would like to take the opportunity just to update council and the community as to what we've done thus far with regard to some of the programs that we've established. As you know, council, you approved the Small Business Recovery Program. To date, we have assisted 79 businesses with grants of a total of $425,000. We have 1 application pending still, 6 that are incomplete at the moment. We need additional information. Unfortunately, we have denied 3 applications and we've received 5 new applications that are being processed. We have
Total funds that were put aside for that.
$425,000 have been distributed $425,000 has been distributed thus far.
But we put aside how much?
$1 million.
1 million.
1 million. Okay.
And how many businesses did you send the card out to? 800?
800 and let's see, where is that number at? 820 businesses received a postcard from the city.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Altman, what was that number? 800 and what?
820.
Okay, thank you. And you can continue with your update.
Yeah, it's and that figure is in your nightly COVID update also. For our Hopewell Cares program, which there's two, which involve the rental, mortgage, and utility assistance program. Thus far, we have processed and mailed 12 of the 28 applications that we've received thus far, and we have allocated $19,141 at this point. We are still waiting for documentation on 16 applications, and we received 14 new applications this week, and they have been assigned for review and to schedule an appointment. We know that there has been some concern expressed by citizens with regard to the return phone number, and when they get a call from the folks that are helping us with Catholic Charities, there's a Kentucky area code. So we are working to establish some office hours here in the city for individuals to be able to come in or call in to a local office here in the city to discuss their application and application submission with the Catholic Charities representatives here in town. So we're working on getting that set up now, and hopefully should have that up and operational shortly by next week. We also have the Hopewell Cares program that deals with homeless and emergency housing. Thus far, we've served 12 individuals, 6 male, 6 female, and the age ranges between 22 and 69. 10 of those individuals have had some form of income, but were to the point that homelessness was a very near and dear issue for that they have to address and concerned with. Currently, we have 1 client housed in a hotel. So we've been moving forward with providing some assistance in that arena. And additionally, we as we discussed a little bit before with the schools, we had a couple of programs that we established in concert with the schools. One was our Park and Learn program, where we opened up parks and helped staff that in the evening, while the schools offered tutoring opportunities, not only for their students, but also for parents who were having issues potentially either with helping with work or having technical issues getting their student online during the virtual time. During that time, which ran from the beginning of October through the 23rd, there were 35 students that participated in our Park and Learn program, an additional 49 students that participated in the Walk to Win. And we are working with the school system on the Hopewell Cares Child Care Pilot Program, which is run out of Patrick Copeland Elementary School, and currently that is serving 90 students. So those are a quick overview of some of the programs that we have put forth and the number of clients that we're serving thus far. We expect the numbers for the rental, mortgage, and utility assistance to continue to increase as we move forward. Not only do we have dollars set aside from our CARES funding, but we also have dollars set aside in our CDBG, and it was CDBG-V funding that we received. We will be spending our CARES funding first because, as the mayor noted earlier, we have a December 30th deadline to expend those funds. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG-V funds, those have, I believe, a 3-year time frame to expend. So we'll spend those later after we get through spending our local funds, CARES funds, to get those out of the way to ensure that we've expended all of the funding that we need to during this calendar year. Additionally, the governor has announced a couple of initiatives, one of which we'll talk about in a little bit with broadband funding. Another was he announced last Tuesday, I believe, funding for increased funding for childcare providers and funding to assist with childcare provision for families. Our Department of Social Services has been working actively with our current childcare providers in the community to assist them in their applications for funding and trying to recruit additional childcare providers, and has been working with parents to complete their applications for childcare assistance. At this point, we have no individuals on a waiting list to be served. So we've been working through that without any delay to address those needs within the community and assist our citizens. So I think our staff overall has been working very hard to address issues in the community and address concerns that have been brought to our attention. And we continue to look at those and make adjustments as new concerns are brought to the forefront. So that's a brief overview of where we are. And some of this information is in the nightly COVID report that I always send out. I added it underneath each section to provide some information there. And we're looking to provide council with an additional report. And as I stated earlier, we're putting the 2 COVID budgets, looking at those to get them in a format that we can share with council, that it communicates what we've spent and what we've committed. So there's a discussion of what monies are remaining to be spent at this point outside of things that we have committed to do. There is the funding that council had that was contingency, of which you had utilized $50,000 of that for City of Refuge. So there is some funding left in those funds that should council want to reappropriate, we can. But we're working to get that report to council hopefully this week. Any questions regarding the amendment? I'd be happy to answer them. And if you have any additional questions or requests for information, you can ask or send me an email and we'll make sure that we add that to the report when we send it out to council.
I would just say,
Councilor Pelham.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't have the floor.
Yeah, he did a present. I don't know if you got rid of the floor, but I just want to make sure that we have this motion on the floor for the school. So can we address those questions first? And then if we want to segue to his presentation, we can go back to that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you have questions about his presentation or the schools one? Councilor Randolph?
My question is about what he just talked about as well.
Okay, so before I call on you guys, does anyone have any questions about the motion on the floor regarding the schools funding?
No, it's the city funding.
Sorry, the city's funding. Okay, so Councilor Pelham, go ahead, and then Councilor Randolph.
No, I don't have anything else, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Randolph?
Mr. City Manager, you have indicated that out of 820 businesses, we've only had 79 respond. And that leads me to believe that we're not going to, in the next 2 months, we probably, or we may not reach that $1 million funding for small businesses that we had anticipated. When will you make the decision to cut that funding off so that you can reappropriate that money to something else? And if so, any ideas where you would reappropriate it to?
So we've had a total of 79 businesses that we have given grants to, but I think when we look at the total, we're probably close to over 90, maybe 94 businesses that have submitted for total. But I think your observation with regard to will we give out all the money? So we sent out the postcards on October 13th. We will probably have to make a call towards the middle of this upcoming month as to if we want to reappropriate any of those funds. So we would encourage businesses to submit their applications as soon as possible so we can get those checks, assistant recovery checks out to them to assist them. We've had a little bit of a preliminary discussion with regard to what we could use some of that funding for. But we know that I think it may be a little early to say what would it would be, because we want to see if we get how many more applications we get in. But I think there's an opportunity there to look at how we could utilize some of those funds to support some other applications. There has been some discussion within the region about hazard pay for first responders. So that could be an option, along with some of the enhancements that we would need with regard to furthering some of our Wi-Fi efforts. But right now, we want to give everybody a pretty good shot at getting an application in. But my
Did you
guess
put a
would be we
deadline on
probably won't
those?
spend the entire $1 million.
Did you put an application deadline for applications to be received for that program? And secondarily, wouldn't council have to approve a reappropriation of the CARES money? And if that's the case, we have how many meetings left in this year?
We have 2.
Right. So a decision would probably need to be made in order for council to approve the reappropriation. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in order to do that, we have 2 meetings left. So something is going to have to be done fairly quickly within the next 30 days to make sure that all the businesses that want and need funding understand that there's a cutoff date, and then to reappropriate and give us less than potentially 30 days to use that money. So
anything that we would request to be the reappropriation to be would be something that we could do quickly.
right. I have and one quick question and hopefully a quick answer for you. And if not, we can carry this outside of the meeting. But I've had a constituent concerned about the funding for food for people. And I know that we've given $50,000 to the food pantry. And I know that students also got money on EBT cards. But is there any potential for more funding for food assistance to constituents in Hopewell from the CARES money?
I think that, if that's something that council wanted to do, we do have some funding available for that. I think it would depend on the methodology. I know one of the questions that's come up has been like gift cards, if you will. And we're gonna have to research that a little bit to see if that's a use that we can go out and buy gift cards to give to people, or is it more appropriate for that occur through the food bank? So we've got a little bit of research to do to address that issue that's come up within the community, but there are some dollars available to address any food insecurity issues that are out there, should council want to.
Okay.
Would you follow up with us tomorrow or the next day and let us know what we're looking at and what we need to be thinking about? And then once you find out that anything more, to please address us again on what the possibilities are for distribution.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'm through.
Okay, Councilor Pelham.
You can ask Prince George, Mr. March. I think they do it. And the other thing is, maybe Dinwiddie. Well, as far as the business loans are concerned, the initial deadline that was set, the first round was December the 4th. And I think that was put in writing. You can check with Mr. Dane. So to use that in the middle of everybody's mindset is set on December the 4th. I guess because it is a COVID situation, it may mean that council might have to meet another week in December to do what we have to do. So keep that in mind as well. Nothing precludes us from getting together to make that appropriation if it's outside the window of the deadline. But the initial deadline was December the 4th. He sent these cards out at my request, but he didn't put any deadlines on it. And it really, I don't know how many people know what Small Business Recovery Program is, but I had several questions, more than several, about what the card meant. So I'm not even sure if everybody understood that it meant getting the possibility of a grant, but keep telling the businesses that you see in your community, I would suggest. I know one young lady in my community has contacted quite a few people, probably over 50 businesses herself, to make sure that they get the word out and try.
So what I would suggest is if that deadline is December 4th, and I don't have any of that information in front of me, but let's assume that you're correct, Mrs. Pelham, we have a meeting on December 8th. So we will put a placeholder item on the agenda to discuss any redistribution or reallocation of funds at the December 8th meeting. So then we can track up until the 4th if we get additional applications in, and then what that impact could be on our CARES funding. And then we can take that difference and bring that to council and say, okay, this is what we need to look to reappropriate.
Yeah. And since you have the figures now, all you have to do is keep a daily total of what you expend out, and then it won't be so difficult on someone to go back and do it again.
Yeah, no, we have a running list that is in we sent a report out last week of all the businesses that have received, those that have submitted applications for review, those that were denied, and those that needed additional information. So as those roll through, we'll just add them to the list of businesses that have been funded and keep that running total.
So according to the numbers you gave us, it's 91 businesses potentially that will get the money, because 3 of the 94 that you submitted say were totally denied, meaning that they don't have an opportunity to be reconsidered, correct?
Yeah, so one of the businesses was a nonprofit or a private club, if you will. 2 of the businesses had outstanding taxes owed to the city. So those 3 are probably not going to be able to receive the funding, but the
But
other
if they pay the taxes, they will, correct?
I'd have to.
Taxes prior to the application, they can.
Well, but I think the reason the application was denied is because they hadn't paid their taxes. So that means they hadn't already paid their taxes.
So if they pay their taxes, not out of the money that we're gonna give them, then they would then become eligible to apply for the money, correct?
Mr. Dane?
Yes, that is correct, Councilor Pelham. We have had several businesses that applied that had outstanding balances at the treasurer's office. Once we were notified of that, we notified them. Some of them took care of it and were then eligible. And there's a couple who, I don't know if their balance was so high they couldn't take care of it or what they chose, but there's a couple that haven't taken care of it and they're in the stack of unapproved at this point.
Okay. Now you can comment on that date. Didn't you tell me that the deadline was December 4th? Wasn't that a part of the initial?
I believe that is correct. I believe that's what we brought to you in the first thing. And the whole purpose of that was so that we did have time to adjust at the end of for the rest of December. But I'll double check that. I'm doing that from memory. I'll double check that tomorrow and send the email.
I can remember for you. I know you said it was somewhere.
I think you're correct. I do think you're correct. I just want to put my eyes on it to make sure. Mr. Altman, also, we've talked about or contemplated in the next week or so sending one more mailer out to the businesses to give those who may not have looked at the card or whatever, just send one more mailer out to try to let them know about it, to give them one more chance. So we're talking about doing that in the next week or a week and a half.
Can you find another picture other than downtown?
Yeah, we've changed. We're trying to change them so they don't look like the same thing. Anyways, we're trying to make each one look different.
Yeah, let them know what they're missing out on. This plain language, a grant that can be bestowed upon you or something. But I just thought it was a picture for something for downtown when I looked at it. But thank you for your.
We'll put a big dollar sign on the next one.
That sounds like a winner.
Any other questions? There are no hands raised. I have questions, Mr. Altman. The Park and Learn program, which allocation did that program come from in the first or second fundings? I don't recall seeing second funding.
I think that was in the second funding allocation.
Okay.
We were working with schools to address concerns and issues that arose with their virtual learning, going back to school, needing to have opportunities to
Right.
support their students. So we thought it was a good opportunity to work in something at the parks at the same time.
I remember the presentation. I just don't remember what pot of money, because I was trying to go back to see how much we put into that. Some of the feedback I'm receiving from some parents is some of the teachers for the grade levels are not there during Park and Learn. And I don't think that's something that the community center has anything to do with that, but I'm just relaying that that's feedback I've received on multiple occasions, that some of the grade levels, they just don't have teachers there to assist. So if you can relay that back, since we're not gonna have like a joint meeting to talk about these things with the school board, but that would be helpful for there to be some information shared about that. Also, are you planning to give us the breakdown of the allocations in depth? Because we asked for that 2 meetings. And I know you said that you're working on expenditure reports. So are you going to, can you include that in your expenditure report when you break it out? Because some of the categories have like overall money, but then there were subsections where we couldn't figure out how much money was in each subsection as it was presented.
Yeah, we can work on that. The point of doing it by the larger sections was knowing that we may have to respond to a need in that section and have to be able to adjust funding. So we didn't want to get tied to a specific dollar or penny amount to this project versus another project, knowing that we may have to respond and that project may cost more. So we're trying to stay within the larger fund levels, if you will, with regard to the expenditures as opposed to a specific project, just knowing that cost estimates are cost estimates, or we may have a need that arises that we need to do more of this certain, buy more PPE as opposed to address this issue over here. So that's why we presented it at what we could call the larger level, because we needed to have flexibility to respond to issues that could arise at any given time, given the nature of what we're dealing with. But we'll be able to categorize for y'all specifically what we've spent and on which projects, and then what we have estimated for costs to spend on the other items, individual items.
Yeah, thank you. Because we asked for that 2 meetings ago, waiting on it. So, so I'm still expecting it, and I get that the situation is fluid. But I would just imagine with those estimates to get that the big number is the composition of the other parts, right? So unless the number just thrown out there and put on the table, it had to come from having estimates of the subsections. And so I just want to see what the subsection estimates were. And I understand that they're gonna, move around to be more responsive, but that would just be helpful for us to understand a little bit more how this money is being used, since we're not directly involved in this process. And then the last thing I had is when I emailed you regarding the Wi-Fi and the governor's initiative regarding childcare last week, you shared that Mr. Spicer is working on that now. So you just gave that brief overview. Can you establish a way we get some feedback regarding the childcare providers? Because early on in this process, one of the items that Councilor Pelham and I had and Councilor Hawley had on the agenda for several meetings, including special meetings, we could never get a quorum to discuss it, but it was childcare providers, because there was a lot of concerns coming in from childcare providers because they weren't getting that much support regarding how to make their facilities safer for children at the time, and then also needing to either prioritize and adjust. And then as you see in the news, there's been some cases where they're starting to have positive cases in childcare centers. So it'll be interesting to hear some of that feedback after Mr. Spicer works with them with this new initiative from the governor's office. What are some other needs that they have? Because just like we're investing in the businesses, I know childcare are small local businesses according or our layout, their priority just as much as schools and other small businesses, because they're going to be the ones still taking care of children when everyone has to go back to work. So I don't think we put enough emphasis on trying to make sure they have the resources that they need. So if we can get that feedback to see how that's going, and if Mr. Spicer and his expertise working with them has any recommendations, can you make sure that that's relayed up to us? Because as Councilor Randolph pointed out, it's most likely going to be an opportunity for us to reallocate some funding with that business program, because I don't imagine we're going to spend $1 million by December. So either we push it towards this Wi-Fi and the other technology needs, or we look at trying to invest in food and childcare, because food that's also been on the agenda for us to talk about. And I spoke to you regarding a food pantry idea, because under the health equity program, we had that meeting. You and I talked about Chesapeake and the fact that they had tied theirs back to a food bank, and they didn't necessarily give it to a food pantry. So maybe that's something else we can consider. But I'm glad to hear you guys are working on the governor's, the child care initiative. That's really good news. Thank you. Sarah, roll call, please, on the motion on the floor. And Madam Clerk, can you please repeat it for the record? And if you're speaking, your microphone is muted.
My apologies.
It's okay.
The current motion on the floor is for City Council to budget and appropriate $1,965,568 of coronavirus relief funds, increasing the general fund operating budget to $54,585,445. And am I missing anything?
Yeah, to accept the resolution
Accept the resolution presented, correct?
presented, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. We're going to move on to the next item, which is regular business, the R section on our agenda. First item on here is R1 2020 Emergency Operations Update.
Madam Mayor, members of council, this evening we have a presentation of our amended 2020 Emergency Operations Plan. At the issue at hand is the Commonwealth of Virginia Emergency Services and Disaster Laws of 2000 requires that state and local governments adopt and develop and maintain current emergency operations plans, or EOPs. And those plans are adopted by the governing body every 4 years. Our plan was scheduled for review and adoption this past August. In April, with the onset of COVID, we contacted the Virginia Department of Emergency Management asking if they would allow us to have an extension as we concentrated on our response to COVID, but also focused our efforts on developing our continuing operations plan, or what we call COOP. They allowed us, actually gave us the ability to continue to work on our COOP and delay the adoption or the amendment of our EOP until after the pandemic was over. But we went ahead and made the necessary adjustments to the plan to keep it current. I've got Mr. Rupert here this evening to walk you through changes to the plan and answer any questions that you may have. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rupert.
Mr. Rupert, if you're speaking, your microphone is muted.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. I think I fixed that. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So the emergency operations plan that was submitted as part of your council packet, you'll see is about 119 pages long. The first 40 pages are the basic plan, which addresses all of the hazard matrix, which addresses all of our hazard analysis of all the hazards the city faces. It addresses the roles and responsibilities of all of the everyone from council down to the department directors and those that work for them. It also addresses the concept of operations, the basic structure, the organizational structure of our response, and then talks about some of the incident management actions as far as how we report and interact with the state, how we disseminate warnings to the public, and some of those basic concepts. And then in the second half of the plan, which is the more the lion's share of the plan, there's 15 emergency support functions, and those 15 emergency support functions align with the state's emergency support functions as well. So they align with each other so that we can communicate well from the local level to the state level. And in each one of those emergency support functions, we address all of the different items that need our attention during response. So everything from ESF1, which is transportation, down to, for instance, ESF4, firefighting, down to 13, public safety and security. So all of those emergency support functions address all of the issues that may arise from a broad view. So the plan is really designed as a way to assign responsibilities and then to assign a structure and a basic concept of operation of how the city responds to emergencies based on department capability, based on their expertise, and basically organizes all of those departments as to what their responsibilities are in the emergency operations plan. This update, as the manager had indicated, we had initially at the beginning of the year, we started the process and we had looked at possibly doing a complete, not a complete rewrite, but essentially a adjustment to how it was presented to address community lifelines, which is the new construct that FEMA has come out with as far as responding to disasters. We wanted to include that as part of the new rewrite. However, as the manager had indicated, with the need for a continuity of operations plan based on the pandemic, as well as the response to the pandemic, there wasn't the necessary time to do a complete rewrite as we had anticipated doing at the beginning of the year. So what we've done is gone through and made all of the minor changes and updates that are necessary to keep the plan current. So in other words, where there was changes in titles or changes in department, anything department related that needed updating, we've done that. Otherwise, the plan is essentially the same as it has been in the last 4 years. What I will say, just as a matter of clarification as well, when it comes to the emergency operations plan, this plan is not a static document. It's very fluid. And the way we respond, if we have an incident, for instance, if we respond to a hurricane and we notice that there's something that needs to change as far as our response is concerned, we don't wait for an update to the plan in order to change that in the way we operate. We make that change administratively. And then in our next update, we include that change as part of that update into the plan. So that gives us an opportunity to make the change and then test that change through either exercises or the next disaster or emergency. And then we can solidify that change is correct and it's going to work. And then we include that in the update of the plan. So, I don't want anybody to think that at any point during this, the pandemic, were we operating without a plan. Our plan is, even though there was, some slight changes needed as far as titles and dates and things like that. Otherwise, we have been operating with a plan that is appropriate for our current response. And with that, I would open it up to any questions that council may have.
Councilor Plum.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Can you tell us, are there any ongoing marketing strategies that the staff, even Mr. March, if you know, that will continually engage the citizens to join up for Nixle, Code Red, or Red Alert for, those type things for the, especially for the emergencies? I find that
yes,
people just, I don't know if y'all have a number on how many people actually have signed up for each one of those. If you don't, can you get that to us later on? And how can we get them to really get into the notification process?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We can get that number for you. And I will tell you that as part of the citywide distribution of PPE that we did earlier in the year, we took that as a great opportunity for outreach. So we actually included a brochure for sheltering in place as well as Code Red in that packet that we gave out to every citizen in Hopewell, hoping that this would be a great opportunity for them to find out about Code Red, to get signed up. And of course, that's the way we've been notifying everybody about our testing that we've been doing. So and I know that we did get an initial influx of calls because we do give a local number. Obviously, you can sign up through the web, but we also have a local number that people can call, and if they're not tech savvy or they don't have internet, so that we can assist them with getting signed up. And I know after we did that distribution, we did have an initial influx of people calling in and asking to get on the system, and we helped them do that. So I assume that there has also been an influx from the web as well due to that outreach. But we can certainly get you the numbers as far as how many people are signed up for that system. And I'd have to defer the Nixle, the numbers from Nixle to the police department.
Okay. Yeah.
To tag on to what Mr. Rupert's saying, in addition to the brochure that we included in the PPE bag, there was also a magnet with important phone numbers, which included the notifications for Code Red, Nixle, and Next Door Neighborhood, and the local phone, the web page information to sign up, but also the local phone number to sign up for all three of those. Yeah. So, but we can get you that user information that you're looking for. But we did do that not only with the brochure, but also with that magnet that we did to allow people to put it on their refrigerator, so they've got their numbers readily at hand that if they need to contact us.
All right, great. And that's a great idea. I have mine on the refrigerator. I forgot about that one. Okay.
It worked.
Yeah, definitely put it there. Also, on page 37, you talk about a citizen core council. What is that?
I'm sorry, hold on just a second.
Under
let me get to that page so I can.
Third paragraph.
Make sure that I'm.
The citizen core council.
It's on the screen.
So it's page 14 of the document, page 37 of the agenda packet.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so Citizen Corps, Citizen Corps are volunteer agencies that work inside the city to help with emergency response. Currently in the city, we have the police volunteers and Neighborhood Watch. Those are the current Citizen Corps that we have. And we don't have any other citizen volunteer agencies at this point that work in this way. But those are the two that we have, is Neighborhood Watch and police volunteers.
Do they work in concert of each other, or they ever get together to do planning, or they just do their individual responsibilities when they're called? I guess I know what each one of them do daily or whenever they call, but in the case of emergency, would they be doing those same functions or they working together?
So they are under the direction of the police department. So primarily the police department would be utilizing them to assist them in their missions, whatever that may be at the time of disaster. But I can tell you that in disaster, we certainly look at volunteers as a resource that we can utilize. And I can say that, you know, typically in disasters, volunteers end up being used beyond their day-to-day operations for other things as the emergency presents. So depending on the type of emergency, we certainly may use those citizen volunteers outside of their normal day-to-day volunteer actions.
Well, I've been a part of a lot of neighborhood watches, believe me, and 6 at one time. And I've never heard that they had, I don't know if they know they have responsibilities to this is Citizen Core Council, but that's something that we need to, I guess, let them know. But it's good information to know. And then I had a general question that all the regional MOUs, they've already been coordinated and signed. And so you just do it every 4 years and redo the MOUs, or do you just talk to the people again, or you just get the one to sign and keep that one going?
So MOUs typically are good until usually the way they're written, they're good until any of the parties decide that they don't want to be part to that memorandum anymore. And so there are some MOUs that we have that are very old, and they have been standing for a very long time. And there hasn't been a need to really change or update them based on what they are. And then sometimes if there is a new resource that maybe wasn't addressed in that MOU, for instance, when the Crater incident, the Crater technical rescue team and the Crater hazardous material teams were formed, that represented a new resource that was not addressed in some of the old MOUs. And so there was a new MOU developed for that particular resource and to address the way those resources were shared. So there are some MOUs that just remain for years and don't really need to change. And then as new resources become available and they need to be addressed in an MOU, then new MOUs are developed. And then of course, as time goes on, if some of the older ones need updating based on the fact that, again, there's some additional resources or a different way that the resources can be used that wasn't formally addressed, then a new MOU is written. But for the most part, MOUs remain good for a long period of time unless there's a change in resources or responsibility that forces that MOU to be changed or updated.
Okay. And on page 56, y'all talk about the Hopewell Emergency Crew. Is that still viable, or is that integrated with the fire department, but yet they keep their own identity still? I was always confused about that.
So I'll jump in here. The Hopewell Emergency Crew, as we used to know it,
Page 56. Jasmine.
doesn't really exist.
Right. I mean, that's what
They don't, at one point they no longer had any volunteers. So the crew board, as we know, has been working with the fire chief, and the crew board asked the fire chief if he would undertake an effort to recruit new volunteers. So the volunteer program has been under the chief, and I think and Mr. Hunter's on the line, Chief Hunter's on the line. I think we have 5 or 6 new volunteers as a result of the efforts undertaken by Chief Hunter to recruit additional volunteers. There's a memo that I'll be sending you, council, regard to some recent occurrences with regard to the crew. And I think ultimately we'll need to address, but the crew, because they're not running any calls, and they haven't been really running any calls for a few years now. I think we've been probably in a 96 to 98% call run by the city and 4 to 2% call run by the crew. And with the loss of all of their volunteers in the past few months, the crew will not be able to maintain their individual, and Chief Hunter will have to correct me if I use the wrong term, license or number from the state. So they're going to have to end up running under the city. So we will have to make adjustments to our plan and how we deal with this in the future. But these are some things that have just occurred within the last week that we're trying to get our head around a little bit before we bring some recommendations forward to council. But as we know it today, the crew doesn't really exist as it had in the past. They haven't been running calls for a number of years. Those volunteers are now running calls with the fire department and under our support. And we work with the crew board to address their training needs and their needs from a uniform and other perspective. But Mr. Chief Hunter has been working very diligently with our local crew board, the emergency crew board, to work through these issues and maintain a high level of service to our citizens.
So can I suggest that we change that word, because when all of us are gone, then they wouldn't know they'll be looking for a Hopewell emergency crew and it won't be in existence. So the fire department or whatever's the appropriate term, that's something that probably needs to be changed.
Okay.
If I can, this is Chief Hunter. If I can say one thing, Mr. Altman was pretty much spot on with it, that it is correct that, we have 7-8 members that are now running since the fire department's taken it over. It is their agency number that they will give up. At this time, we can't change it until that agency number is given up. We have a few things we need to do. As you know, ambulances are licensed under each agency. If we were to close that agency number, those ambulances would go dormant until we could change lettering and things on those ambulances. So if we needed them for an emergency, we wouldn't be able to use them. So we're, like you said, this has only been about a week that this has been going on. We will, but our intent is to keep, because there's such a strong history of the emergency crew, the volunteers are going to continue to use the emergency crew name, their name will be associated with the fire department number there, very similar to the system used in Colonial Heights, having volunteers in the paid department. So we want to keep them for the rich history that those crew has given to the city to have those numbers, but in the same token, make it much easier, a seamless operation for training and all, to do our biannually inspections that we have to pass to be able to continue to be EMS agencies.
Or can you put something in connection with the fire department? I mean, again, 20 years from now, none of us might be here to explain that. And if no one knows what the emergency crew is, that would be foreign language to them.
Yes, ma'am. It will be documented in the Office of EMS through their paperwork, which is the mind and body of that. So we will put it in there. The crew name will continue to exist. They won't be.
Problem with that. I just don't, during an emergency, you just don't want any confusion, or less confusion as you can. And if that's my point. So whatever you can do to correct that, it's fine with me.
Okay.
You know, that metrics that you have there, why is neighborhood assistance planning and the estate assessment a P? But they're listed as priority. The neighborhood assistance planning and the estate. What was the assessor do as a priority under neighborhood assistance and planning? For P, it has public works, and also is public works down under the assessor. Should that be a P there for neighborhood assistance and planning? And then up top, the column up top has public works.
So the way that form is laid out is, so at the top, Public Works, that's Emergency Support Function 3, which is Public Works. And the way that's written is, so for instance, Emergency Management has a secondary responsibility, and they have secondary or primary responsibilities in each of the categories. So depending on what their responsibilities are in that, they may have secondary or primary responsibilities. So basically what that's saying is all of those departments have a part to play in that particular emergency support function.
Okay. And then on page 75, it talks about the health department may help. And it goes on to say it may help. When I see words like may, that means to me it's no commitment. Suppose they don't want to help. Do y'all need to coordinate with them to make that they will help or they will assist? But may is an option to me, a word that people use when it's an option that they help.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just, is that the word that you will use to help to make sure that they do their part?
So in the case of the health department, for instance, the city doesn't have direct responsibility over the health department. So we can't dictate to them, what they do or how they do it. So we've included them because they're an integral part of our response, and we need their assistance. But at the same time, our plan recognizes, lists them as a partner because we're going to need their assistance. But at the same time, we can't in our plan dictate what they're going to do because we don't have operational control over their agency.
So you would just request their help, and if they give it, it's fine. But if they don't, you have an alternative plan to do. Someone else to help, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So for instance, in the case that we're experiencing right now, where they are not able to give us the level of testing that council had indicated they wanted in the city. So for instance, tomorrow, we've hired a private contractor in the city. We'll be working with a private contractor to do COVID-19 testing. And that's a perfect example where Crater Health Department, because of their limited capabilities, couldn't give us what we had asked for. And so we went out and found that resource and are operating that resource for the citizens of Hopewell. So obviously we want them to be our partner. We're going to do our best to work with them as best we can. But in the case where they're not able to provide the resource that we need, then we may have to go elsewhere to get that.
All right, two more questions. On page 89, it talks about a family assistance center plan. I didn't know we had one. And where is it and what building is that associated with?
So the Family Assistance Center plan that's listed there was actually a regional project that was instituted at the regional level. We have a regional organization called the Emergency Management Alliance of Central Virginia. Mm-hmm. And we actually got a grant. We put in for a grant through this Department of Homeland Security to help the localities in Central Virginia develop a plan for family assistance because of the tremendous challenge that capability represents when we have an active shooter or a large scale mass casualty incident. And because the planning capability of the localities are limited when it comes to a lot of ancillary plans. So we got a grant through the Department of Homeland Security to write a regional plan. So they developed that plan, and we recognize that for the interim as our plan for family assistance. And we have plans in the future to sit down with that plan and the cities make it more customized to the city based on the general framework that was built into that plan. As far as the specific facility, there's not a specific facility in the plan. What the plan tells us is what the facilities need to have in order to operate. And then it will be the city's responsibility to determine what facility we'll be able to use based on the requirements and the needs of a family assistance center.
All right, one more question. And on page 91, it talks about HHS have a generator that can, I guess, operate the entire school. Is that correct? Or was that my interpretation?
No, ma'am. So the Hopewell High School has, so we put in for a grant a number of years ago to get a switch installed at the high school in order to operate the entire school. The size of the generator that would run the entire school is actually a tractor trailer. So we don't have the funding or the capability to get a generator that would sit there. The generator that's at the high school currently runs some basic systems. It takes care of the fire alarm system. It takes care of some basic pumps needed for their some of their HVAC, and so they won't freeze, things like that. But the switch that we had installed through the Department of Homeland Security grant allows us to basically energize the whole school. So the project that was discussed earlier through the CARES Act is a generator that will allow us to operate a portion of the school as a shelter. So we would be able to use the 2 gymnasiums and the cafeteria as the primary resources that we would need inside of the school. And we're working with an electrical contractor to be able to shut off portions of the school that we wouldn't need, so that a smaller generator will be able to still feed the areas that we need to be able to operate it as an emergency shelter.
And there are plans to maybe get more grants, so the other shelter areas like the community center and other places that you deem shelters will eventually have the same capability or somewhat of the same capability.
So the community center is already fully generated. The issue that we have currently is that because of COVID and the need for social distancing, there's not enough room in the community center, where typically, based on the size of the disaster, we could probably handle the sheltering needs that we had for the city inside of the community center, and it's fully generated. However, because of COVID and the need for social distancing and of course the requirements for sheltering in a congregate shelter are pretty extreme in comparison to typical sheltering, because obviously we need to spread people significantly apart. And so that's why the push to try to make sure that the high school has the resources it needs, because obviously there's a lot more space at the high school. So if we needed to operate both facilities, or hopefully we could handle with the size of the high school, we could handle what we had our need of there. But that will, once that generator is here, we'll have the capability of both the community center and the high school. And the generator is going to be a mobile generator. So anywhere else that we were to install a switch, so for instance, in the future, if we installed a switch at one of the elementary schools, we could bring that generator to one of those and generate that facility if we needed to use it as a shelter.
All right, thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there any other questions regarding this the presentation? Mr. Ripper, question regarding council. I think we're on page 12. One, I'm glad that you guys were able to get this to council for us to review these recommendations. I think about 2 years ago, I asked for this to be revised, because when we had the American Water situation, it wasn't clear on the communication flow for information to get to council. And then referring back to this, we're like mentioned once or twice, but there isn't anything truly defined to ensure that communication comes to us, or who those points of contact are, like officially. Has that addressed somewhere else in here that I did not recognize?
Remember in this section here that you mentioned on page 12 is the area that addressed city council and the communication with council would go through the typical channels, which is the city manager and at times the city clerk.
Right. So city clerk is our admin person. So there was confusion because public affairs is trying to communicate to us. We were told that the clerk is the point of contact to communicate information to us for local emergency. Then we had the city manager's office trying to relate to us, and it was disorganized. And it's gotten better, since we've had different instances, but it's not clearly defined. So that way there's clear guidance on how that flow of communication comes to us. Then also I see here in regards to coordinate comments to the press through scheduled press conferences or official press releases as coordinated by the public information officer. COVID-19 is a prime example of where council has not released anything to the public regarding this pandemic. And this is a local emergency that we've been under since March. Any updates about our response to COVID-19? We haven't done anything like that either as a body. So one, there's anything here about how that will be coordinated, but most importantly, going back to that American Water example, well, not a recent one. Again, the ones we had a couple years ago, it kind of sparked this. This is when the tanks barrels went into the river. It was very clear that we need to have one set of talking points when addressing the public or the press. And there wasn't any coordination to be able to give us that until we had to say, we need one set of talking points. Mr. Bragg was able to get that for us. But again, this isn't something that's kind of spelled out. So I still don't think that their communication needs for council have been addressed in this draft, unless, again, I'm missing something, because it needs to be spelled out so that way we're informed about what's going on in the community. We know what to articulate back to the public and the press, and we're all speaking from one sheet of music. Because going back to the American Water incident, some people were saying the water was contaminated, some saying the water wasn't contaminated. We had like so many different messages. And then also there was the administration speaking to the public without, we weren't always in the loop of what was being relayed. And so I don't know I know you said this was like just trying to address some initial gaps so that way we can be compliant with the state code. But if there's some thought that can be put into that, I would like to see that come back to us. Then also when I see the coordination with the schools, again, this is like the only part that I see council mention besides the definition section of this. Right now, even with COVID-19, we get updates from the schools when they post on social media with everyone else. And I've been asking for joint meetings well before COVID-19, so that way we can work on education as a unit, because people do not understand that we don't manage the school system directly. But COVID-19 has really, to me, clarified the need to have those joint conversations, because doing a great job communicating to the public, which I commend them for, but we're not getting any information. So when people contact us about when are the schools opening, when can I get this, I have to go do my research in order to respond. And technically this is a local emergency. So again, the communication is not being funneled back up to the governing body for us to be, one, to have situational awareness, for us to respond accordingly to the constituents that elected us.
Yeah, so like I said, I would be more than happy to, address those issues if we had additional time to put into changes to the plan. As we stated at the beginning, we had looked at almost not a complete rewrite, but a significant change at the beginning of the year. And then, with the concern with the plan being out of date, we decided to go ahead and just make all of the basic updates that needed to happen in order to be functional so that we could get it approved. Given more time, we could certainly address those concerns that you have.
Yeah, I mean, we have time to do it now whenever we get some suggestions back, because I agree that you just had to become compliant. This is really not geared towards you directly, because again, as I said, this has been on the agenda for months. And so city council could have addressed all of our comments regarding this, and that information could have been relayed to city manager for him to relay back to his staff and to include you, so you have some direction. But that's what happens. We don't discuss the necessary things as a governing body to relay back down, so that way you can respond. So this is not directed towards you because you had no clue. So whenever you have the opportunity to come back with some suggestions, please do. I still have this on the agenda. Whenever you have any recommendations, I would like to have your information submitted so that way we can talk about it. But I definitely think that that's something that needs to be addressed, so that way, we can be more responsive, especially in an emergency. But short of that, the only other question I have is, at the top of the packet, you have a section that says changes, or record of changes, I believe I saw, but it was blank. So is this where you're supposed to be tracking your changes to this SOP right now? So how we know what was
No,
for this one versus the old one?
So this is for going forward from here. So for instance, after this is adopted, then if we were to go in and, for instance, make the change that you had suggested on a specific protocol for council communication, if we were to add that in between adoptions, then if we added that, that's where we would document it here. So what you're seeing here is basically a clean document for adoption. And then any changes between now and the next 4 years when it's readopted, or the next time it's adopted, whenever that might be, that's where that would be documented.
So we don't have a record of the changes made from the old one to this one?
No, I mean, we don't have any significant changes. I mean, we don't. So this is only done as you make significant changes in the, so for in the last plan, there was only, I think, one change that was made between last year and this that was official in the plan. And other than that, you know, all the changes that were made, this is treated as basically a new document. So again, we changed 1,000 little small things, words here, things there, but we didn't track all that. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And who worked on these revisions? Again, myself, primarily myself and Robert Williams, which is emergency management specialist. And then of course we coordinated with a number of people when we had, if there was any questions about changes or anything like that that would affect their particular department or their particular operation. Okay. So I'll just wait for the city manager to figure out a way to coordinate some of these other suggestions that we have. But thank you for taking the time out to get this done. I definitely support it being adopted so that way we can get this done. Especially with the situation that we're in right now with COVID, we really don't need to have, not have this be compliant with the state. So I'm glad this is finally addressed for council to make a decision on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Rupert.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask Mr. Rupert, the significance of the changes that have been made in the plan, it isn't changing significant amounts of the roles or anything in a plan. It was addressing some dates, if I remember, and minor changes of not of any significance that would say change an item that's under council and the area. This, for instance, on page 12, the mayor was discussing, none of that was changed, any of that significant level. It was just to be compliant and date-wise to be compliant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So that's why, again, you know, if there had been any significant changes to our organization, to our structure, to our basic operation, for instance, in the last iteration of the plan, we changed essentially the way the Emergency Operations Center is run and kind of the organization of the Emergency Operations Center. Then, you know, I would have certainly brought that to council's attention as part of this presentation. But again, this plan that you see in front of you today is essentially the 2016 plan that's just been updated with, again, just the grammatical changes and dates and just any, you know, titles or anything like that that was outdated over the last 4 years. No substantive changes to our operations or our assignment of responsibilities have been made whatsoever.
Is there a motion on the floor? Now that everyone's done with their questions.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the 2020 Emergency Operations Plan update as presented tonight.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Denton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Is there discussion on this topic? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rupert.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, Mr. Rupert, for your time. We're gonna move on to R2, Hopewell Police Department additional positions request. Counselor Pelham?
No, I was just gonna say, I just read a chat. They said we treasurer's presentation back in the consent agenda. Is there any way we can go back to that presentation?
We can, but what we've been advised is that we no longer do presentations under the consent agenda. It's supposed to be for information, but we can go back. If she was expecting to do a presentation, I wasn't advised of that. So I apologize, Ms. Gostier. I wasn't alerted to that, which is information for us to review. So let's R2. Go back to that.
Don't we have to vote on that?
No, it was an oversight in the process. So Ms. Gostier, again, I didn't realize it was a presentation. I wasn't briefed on that. In the packet, we just have a document. So there is no presentation that was submitted to us. So do you want me just to put that on the screen? And I'll defer to Ms. Robinson really quickly.
Well, I assisted the treasurer in getting this on the agenda, Madam Mayor, and she indicated at the time that in addition to asking the council to take action on the resolution, she would have a presentation. And presentations are a part of this council's consent agenda. And that's why it was placed at that place in the agenda, simply because that's where it is. It was chosen to be taken up.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a presentation in the packet. Does the clerk have a presentation?
Hi, the presentation is just to remind you all that this is the first step in preparing the personal property tax. And so all of the information in terms of the recommendation is what's in that package. And I just need the council to agree to the percentage of 40% so that the Commissioner of Revenue can go forth in producing the personal property bills for 2020. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Robinson, 1 second, Ms. Gostier, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am. So if that is all that is considered as the presentation, and the resolution was in fact inserted in that portion of the agenda, when you approve the consent agenda, you approve the resolution.
Correct.
And it doesn't need a second reading and all that?
No, that's what I was saying. When we put on a consent agenda, when you adopt it, you adopt everything that's under the consent agenda. And I didn't see a presentation. I just saw a document, a resolution. So I assumed that was just, and I get what the city attorney is saying, is that's been our practice, but it didn't appear as if it was a presentation. And I have it on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to make, as far as a presentation, just so that you all knew that last year when I did the full presentation of what we were going to be looking at, a decrease in the percentage, that did indeed prove to be true. So we are recommending a 40% tax relief rate, which is 6% less than what it was last year, which was 46%. So if you've adopted that, that just enables us to move forth in making sure that what we get from the state is close to breaking even to what we then give out to the taxpayers. And 40% gets us the closest that we can without having too much as a surplus and without having too much in a deficit.
And
And every year this could subject to change based on the number of cars that move in and out of the city and the value of those cars.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, your hand is still raised. If you're trying to speak, your microphone is muted.
I lowered it, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
thank you and thank you for the clarity, Ms. Robinson. So I assume, Ms. Gostier, is that the end of your presentation?
That is the end of the presentation. Next year, I just want to let you all know for the record, we will be having to do this presentation, if you will, or this vote will have to take place in June of 2021 as opposed to the fall, because the state has only given us one more year to have this delayed decision. Unlike other localities, they have theirs done and their books are turned over much earlier than Hopewell. We got an extension this year that the commissioner could turn over the books to us by November 15th. And next year we will have to do it just like every other locality in Virginia, which will mean that we would have to have this presentation or vote sometime between June of 2021.
What's the optimal date?
Now, but we won't have that luxury.
I'm talking about for next year. I mean, what should it be done in March? I mean,
No, it should be done as late as close to when the bills go out as possible so that it minimizes the number of changes.
Right.
And so because our bills don't go out until December, January, any date significantly prior to that just is
Changes
that
the
much
number.
farther from reality. So by doing it in June, that's basically 6 months in advance. Lots of changes can take place between June 30th, for example, and when the bills go out in December. But the commissioner and I have decided we'll just work our ways and try to figure out an optimal way to make sure that it gets done.
okay.
Councilor Pelham, are you done with the floor?
Yeah.
Councilor Randall? Your microphone is muted.
Yes, ma'am. Since we voted on this and that's the end of the presentation, are we okay to move on?
Yeah, when it's time to, I called on you to have a question because she just finished her presentation. So did you have a comment for the presentation?
Just that we've already voted on it. Is that not correct?
Correct, but she just did her presentation. So again, do you have a comment on the presentation?
That we voted on it, but thank you.
Okay, well, that's obvious. We did a roll call on it. So thank you for reiterating that. Any other questions regarding the presentation before we move forward? Okay, thank you, Ms. Garcia, for your time. Sorry about that oversight. In the future, when we have this conversation regarding our agenda template, we just need to annotate if something's a presentation, because that section does have resolutions in it, and this was a resolution in our packet. So there's no way of really knowing it was a presentation. So we can have it annotated, that way we can be prepared for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
No
time.
problem. Thank you. All right, moving on to R2, Hopewell Police Department, additional positions request. Mr. Altman.
Ma'am, Madam Mayor, members of council. Council conducted a workshop or work session on October 6th to discuss crime issues within the community, and the chief discussed with council the department staffing issues. As a result, council instructed staff to provide options to council to review and how to fund those, any of those requests for additional staffing. The issue at hand this evening is we've submitted, there's a memo from myself and a backup document from the chief regarding staffing concerns within the department. The request this evening is for council to consider a request to increase the number of full-time positions in the department by 4, elevating 2 part-time dispatchers to full-time status, and adding 2 patrol officers. The request, in addition to the additional officers and the conversion, we would need to then also appropriate additional funding to equip the officers and to provide vehicles. So the cost of the estimated cost to convert the 2 part-time communications officers to full-time employees is $50,000. The additional patrol officer positions, the 2 of those are $124,000. To equip the officers, which would include their uniform, taser, gun, and the vest and the like, is $20,000 total, $10,000 apiece. And then 2 additional vehicles would be $80,000 for the 2 vehicles, for a total cost of $274,000. Staff, the finance department has reviewed the request and reviewed the need for additional funding. We've looked at our existing budget. We weren't able to find a significant level of savings to this level to be able to address the request. So at this point in time, staff is recommending that should council want to move forward, we would use some of our unassigned fund balance, which according to the 17 CAFR is at $6.8 million.
Which CAFR?
The 17 CAFR. And as we noted in my memo, and as you go through the proposal from Chief Aspel, the Hopewell Police Department has developed a phased approach to address their staffing needs within the department to incrementally add officers over a period of this year. This request tonight, looking at additional requests potentially with the budget this coming year and the budget the following year. Having said that, Chief Aspel is here to answer any questions regarding their staffing proposal and the request this evening to add the positions. City administration is recommending council's approval to convert the 2 part-time dispatcher positions to full-time and to add the 2 officers. So if there are any questions, both Chief and I are here to address them.
Thank you. If there's questions about the presentation, you can ask them. But then please refrain from making any other discussion comments until there's a motion on the floor. Questions regarding the presentation, Councilor Randolph?
Mr. City Manager, you said that the recommendation is to use some of unassigned fund balance for this $274,000 increase. How much would need to come from unassigned fund balance?
The full
All
amount.
of it, the portion? I'm sorry?
The full amount.
The full amount.
Yes,
You have
ma'am.
not found anywhere that in our current budget where we cut costs that we could use this money that was cut. There wasn't enough to allow some of that money to go towards this.
So we looked at the existing budget and looked at opportunities to save in our current budget. We do have our budget contingency fund. I wouldn't want to dip too far into that because this would take that down past halfway, and we're not even really halfway through the year yet. So I don't want to utilize those funds because I don't know what the second half of the year is going to bring us. So at this point, we're recommending those funds come from the unassigned fund balance, and we know that we'll have to then look to program these funds in the next year's budget. But I think reality here is we're not really looking at the total cost of $124,000 for the officers because we're not looking at a full budget year for them. So that number, while we have the 274 in there, ultimately we probably won't expend all of those funds because we're only about halfway through the budget year. And when we bring these officers on, let's just say it's December or January, when they're here, then we'll have the remainder of the budget year. But right now we're just looking at the total amount that we would need for those costs.
Okay. And that includes any training if they're new officers, correct?
Yeah, we would have to send them through the academy, And Chief can correct me if I'm wrong. We have a contractual agreement with the academy, and we would be paying them while they're with the academy, if I'm correct, Chief. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct. We have a contract with the Crater, and irrespective of how many people we send, it's the same fee for us, for at least for this year.
Okay, great. I was just wanting to double check. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Reniff, are you done with the floor?
I'm done.
I thought I saw another hand raised that's no longer there. Did anyone lower their hand by mistake?
My hand is there, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I'll scroll it up. Councilor Pelham?
Yep. What is the fee to train?
Ma'am, we pay a flat fee of about $43,000 a year to train all of our personnel at the academy. That's just not, that includes our communication dispatchers, our animal services officers, and our police officers.
So it's $43,000 for if you train 10 people or 100 people?
It's for all 66 people, 10 dispatchers, 11 dispatchers, 3 animal services officers.
Okay. A question, Mr. City Manager, fiscal year 17, wasn't that the year that we came in $500,000 short in our budget, in our ending balance, ending balance?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we have now 6.8 million in unassigned fund balance?
That's what we have as a result of that CAFR in your unassigned fund balance. We weren't,
How did the 500 short $500,000?
that the 500 short then gets taken off what you have in your unassigned fund balance. So it's not that we finished that particular budget year in the hole, but overall we were still have money to the good. You're just looking at how you finish the budget year, not all of your, not the money that you have in your savings account per se, if you want to talk about it in those terms.
I don't understand that. Is Mr. Terry on the line?
Mr. Terry is not on the line.
Okay, so the fund balance then would be 6.3, or it was 7.2, and you took away or whatever $500,000 is.
I know when we look in the CAFR for that year, it designates the unassigned fund balance as 6.8 million, and I'm struggling to remember if they've already taken that number off the top or it's at 6.3. If you want to assume it's at 6.3, then we're at 6.3, and we're asking you to take off the 274, which will get you close to $6 million in your unassigned fund balance.
But we don't know yet what's going to happen in 18 and 19 and 20, correct?
Correct, but I don't think we're going to be 6 million in the hole.
Yeah, well, we don't know what it's going to be because we can't finish them. All right, and so there's two things you said. There's no savings in the budget for this year. Our tax rate has not increased, and our tax collection, I believe, is stable. And so we going this $274,000. How much of that would be every year that we would have to not match with new revenue to sustain itself? How will it sustain itself if we do lose revenue in 18, 19, and 20 and 21 CAFRs? Would that mean that we're in the end somewhere we have to raise taxes on the citizen base?
Well, the answer to the first question is, when you're looking at that, you're going to look at the $174,000, which is the total cost of the personnel. That's going to be the reoccurring cost that has to be addressed in all future budgets. The other items are more of a capital cost or one-time cost to purchase the vehicle or purchase the equipment. And then we do have funds in the police budget to address ongoing equipment needs. But as we move forward, what we will do when we look to next year's budget is we will account for these funds first and these commitments first when we look at our new revenue that's coming in. So let's just say, for instance, we have $300,000 of new revenue. Well, you're taking $74,000 off the top of that to address these new positions, and then you have the remainder to address other needs in your budget.
Is there other new revenue on the horizon for one of the plants, I believe? I mean, where, you know, that you or Mr. Bain?
So we know that both Advanced Six, who had an expansion along with some expansion work that I believe was at Ashland, they are going to will be accounting for new revenue that are associated with those projects that will be coming in over the years. So we know that new revenue will be generated through those projects and other projects that we have throughout the city, in addition to just your general real estate tax reassessment. And if those we see a gain in real estate tax value, then we'll capture those. You can capture those revenues to offset any increases that you may have, such as this.
Okay. That's what and everything. This is, I don't know, I guess I've been on council too long, but every year, the police department, not every year, but most years I've been on, right after the budget, they come up with these type things. Why can't that be planned during the budget cycle?
So in the chief and the department's defense, he did submit a proposal as part of the budget, as did fire and everyone else. There was a list of, and I can't remember the number of positions off the top of my head, but it was well in the 60 to 70 new positions that were requested as part of the budget. But this year, because of COVID, we just held everything at last year's level. And we didn't consider any new positions with the exception of the position that council granted to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. So departments did submit, but because of COVID, we did not address any of those issues because of the uncertainty as we moved forward. So that's in their defense. He did submit a plan, but we did not entertain any of that because of COVID.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
I have a question.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Holly, go ahead.
The $274,000, does that include the benefits?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you done with the floor, Councilor Holloway?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Denton?
Yes, I know we're talking about budget and all of that, but I think we realized when we had our work session or special meeting that there was a need. The police department needed assistance to help with the increase in crime. And if the city manager feels that he is comfortable with taking it out of the fund, it saves a life, I'm for it. We need to support this police, and I don't see how we can not do that. I think the citizens have certainly indicated to us that they're looking to council to do something to help the police take control back of our city, to slow down these drive-by shootings. And if this is this is a baby step.
So Councilor Denton, I try to give you some leeway. We're asking questions right now, the presentation. Can you save your comments for discussion unless there's a motion on the floor?
It's just, I'm done.
Okay. Questions regarding the presentation? Councilor Parton?
I move that we approve converting the 2 part-time dispatchers to full-time and increasing the police force by 2 officers in the amount of $274,000.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. It's now before council for discussion. Counselor Denton, did you have any more for your discussion?
No, I just think we certainly need to do this tonight. Let's show the citizens that we are concerned and we will do something about this. We will support our police. Thank you.
You're welcome. Counselor Parton,
Nope, I'm good.
same time? Okay. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion on the floor?
Muted.
Your microphone's muted.
Mr. Parton, can you repeat the motion, please?
Sure. To approve converting 2 part-time dispatchers to full-time and increasing the police force by 2 officers in the amount of $274,000.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
One moment, Counselor Denton. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
Yes, I have it. Thank you, Counselor Parton.
And that seconded by Counselor Palm? Okay.
Can Counselor Parton include the 2 cars, the equipment, the vehicles?
Counselor Denton, can you wait till you have the floor? Because we're just clarifying the motion on the floor. And so if you wanted to ask him for a friendly amendment, so to make sure you're not cutting in front of anyone. So that's the motion on the floor, Madam Clerk. You said you have that in full?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before I call on Counselor Denton again, does anyone else have any comments? Okay.
No, if I understand the motion that we are converting the 2 part-time to full-time, we're adding 2 police chiefs, 2 police officers, and I didn't hear equipment or vehicles. So does that mean we will reduce that to 174,000?
His motion was to do the position. So if you would like to have an alternative motion, you can request a friendly amendment, or you can make request a substitute motion.
I would just like clarification from Counselor Parton if he.
Yes, it doesn't, I meant
It does not include the 2 vehicles.
I just answered you and it said it was the personnel per the motion that's on the floor. So again, you can ask him for a friendly.
I would like to make a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And add the equipment and the 2 vehicles, which would add up to the 274,000.
Yes, I accept your friendly amendment as presented by the city manager.
Counselor Pelham, do you accept a friendly amendment?
Correction, he already had made the amendment for 100,000 for the extra equipment, so it don't need a friendly, as far as I know.
So is that a no?
No, I just need to be clarified too. His motion was for 174 for the people, $100,000 for equipment. So it's inclusive. Why do you need a friendly amendment?
So again, before we answer your question, Ms. Pelham, Counselor Pelham, Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion so everyone can hear it, so we can all be on the same page?
The current motion on the floor is to approve converting 2 part-time dispatch to full-time and increase police force by 2 officers in the amount of $274,000.
Thank you. So as I stated, this is only personnel. So if anyone would like to add equipment, they can make a friendly amendment or they can request a substitute motion. Where we are now is Counselor Denton asked Counselor Parton if he would like to have a friendly amendment. He said yes. And so now I'm asking Counselor Pelham, since you seconded it, if you want to accept that friendly amendment. If you don't, then they have to figure out something else.
Yes.
So you want to accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, do you have the verbiage for the friendly amendment so everyone is clear?
To add, you said, Counselor Denton, you said the equipment and 2 vehicles?
Yes, that would be, yeah, 20, that would be another 100 to make the total 274,000.
Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
What do you need from me now?
you have your hand up.
Oh.
All right. So is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? We went over it, so hopefully everyone is on the same page. Any questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on.
Council Pelham.
Yeah, she didn't call you?
No, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Out of respect for the majority of council that normally likes to leave early, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn since we've been here since 5:30.
I'll second that. Motion to adjourn is on the floor. It's been seconded. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
No.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
no.
Counselor Pelham,
Motion to adjourn, yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
No.
Good, we're gonna stay. So next item on the agenda is R3, land swap, Alder Hunter House and Land Conservation. Mr. City Manager.
So, Madam Mayor, members of council, the item on the agenda for council this evening is the Adderholt Hunter House, where the city had for a number of years has been involved in the consideration of a land swap purchase of the Adderholt Hunter House, which is located at 510 Cedar Lane. Council, as items on your agenda this evening is a need to revisit. Some members of council weren't here for the entire discussion, and I know that I wasn't here for the entire discussion. We are not requesting council action. We're just here to update council, and then we will, the action that's been requested is to authorize the manager and the finance director to look at potential funding sources and bring an item back at your next meeting on November 10th. I apologize. This seems to be the culprit behind the size of your agenda packet this evening. Mrs. Griffin is here with us this evening to take us through a conversation about the land swap purchase of the Adderholt Hunter House. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Griffin.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor Bennett. Hopefully you all can hear me and I will get started. Good. I will get started. As Mr. Altman has indicated, the historic Adderholt Hunter House is located at 510 Cedar Lane. This is within the Petersburg National Battlefield boundary, and it's also in the local City Point Historic District. The property has been vacant for over 14 years, and in or around 2010, the city, in partnership with the National Park Service, worked to investigate and identify an adaptive reuse plan for the house. However, a suitable proposal was not found. And while historically significant, the building itself is not relevant to the period of significance. Yes.
Your sound is.
Okay. Let me see what I can do.
Okay, that's better. Whatever you're doing now is good.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. So did you hear anything I said?
You said while we, and you stopped. We heard the first part about the introduction about where it's located, but then when you start segueing to your presentation, that's when it started to get muffled.
Okay, so if I'm muffled again, just say something and I'll stop and try to readjust, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so while historically significant, the building is not relevant to the period of significance of the Petersburg National Battlefield. The battlefield was founded on the significance of the Civil War, and the home was built in 1905. So clearly it's outside of that Civil War period. And because of this, it's not eligible for federal funding, which is why it's been sitting in disarray for so many years. In fact, the National Park Service has, I've talked to the superintendent on several occasions, and this building at some point was looked at for demolition. So once news of this possibility got out and reached our architectural review board, there was much conversation about how to save the structure. We had several private citizens ask questions about purchasing the building and actually speaking to the National Park Service about purchasing the building. However, this is not allowed. A swap between a purchase between a private citizen and the NPS is not allowed. So therefore, we continued to talk and try to come up with an idea on how the Adderholt Hunter House could be saved. And that's when we came up with this idea of a land swap between the National Park Service and the Conservation Fund. And in your packet, you should see a map that shows the area of the Conservation Fund. These are 6 properties located off of Water Street, also in the City Point Historic District. These properties are currently vacant. They are actually on a small hill. They have some flood areas there, and they cannot be developed. However, they're of significance to the National Park Service because they were used, and you can often see them in pictures looking at the wharf area in pictures during the Civil War. So for the National Park Service, they're significant, and they very much wanted to have this property within their boundary. So we tried to, in talking to National Park Service to see how we can get that done, we actually wrote a letter under the supervision of Mark, oh gosh, he would our previous city manager. I hope he's not looking at this because I have drawn a blank, but
Mr. Haley.
Thank you. I was going to say Mark Warner, and I knew that wasn't right. Mark Haley wrote a letter to Congressman Forbes asking for him to help us in this situation. And what we came up with was this land swap. And this was important, and it actually was an act of Congress to get this done, because the property for the National Park Service, the City Point unit, could only be 21 acres. And if a land swap went forth between the Conservation Fund and the Adderholt Hunter House, it would have taken this area over the 21 acres, which in order to do that, Congress had to increase the boundary. And that took several years. In fact, that did not happen until 2017. At this point, we now are ready to move forward with the land swap. This land swap, again, would entail the National Park Service gaining the area of the waterfront area owned by the Conservation Fund, and at this point, they are looking for the city to move forward. Now, what you should know is that when this was started, this was an agreement between the city and the National Park Service. The conservation came in, and all three of us at some point have sat down at the table and discussed this. And if the city does not move forward with this land swap, then this whole thing will not take place. We will not be able to swap the land with the Conservation Fund or the NPS, and the Adderholt Hunter House will remain as it is now. Just to give you an overview, we have in your packet, it's entitled on page 149, Land Swap and Acquisition of Adderholt Hunter House. The reason why we wanted to include the appraisals was so you could see what the actual appraisal numbers are for the Water Street property and for 510 Cedar Lane. In total, it's 1.42 acres of the Water Street properties, and it assesses for $49,000. The Adderholt Hunter House at 0.34 acres assesses for $195,000. What you should also know is that as you see the Adderholt Hunter House and the property that it sits on now, it is approximately 25,000 square feet, 25,200 square feet actually. And we have been talking to NPS, and we were trying to keep the land as it is, but they wanted to make sure that people did not misunderstand the property of the Adderholt Hunter House with the NPS property. And so they've reduced the Adderholt Hunter House property surrounding that to 14,968 square feet. So that 0.34 is that 0.34 acres is the assessment of the 195,000. What would happen is the city would acquire the TCF property for the $49,000. The city would then transfer the TCF property to the National Park Service. The National Park Service would then credit the city value of the land, $49,000, and the NSP would then sell the Adderholt Hunter House to the city for $195,000. Staff is suggesting that the city sell the Adderholt Hunter House to a private entity through a RFP process. We don't feel that we should continue ownership of the property. We feel that it should go to the RFP process for someone to rehab that house. That would also give the city the opportunity to review the RFPs and determine which proposal they think would be best for the city and best for the City Point Historic District. We do foresee that there will be some potential incidental costs to the city. The land survey of $500 and the legal of $5,000, that is just our estimate, for a total of incidental costs of $5,500. Again, the National Park Service completed their appraisals just on this year, and they are asking for the city to make a decision regarding if they will move forward with this land swap opportunity. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Is there any questions regarding the presentation? Councilor Pelham?
You say we hope that we can sell it to a developer, that he would develop it in the way that the city wants it developed, or he can develop it the way he wishes to, or she?
Well, the Tourist Historic District, the TH1 district, sets aside what uses are allowed in that district. So we would think it should be a private residence. Other things that are allowed in that district are a bed and breakfast, small office use, but they're limited in what they could do. We are actually suggesting that it should be for a single family detached house.
Okay. And did anyone inquire with the city attorney to see if she could offset the $5,000 for the legal fees? Is she involved in this process?
No, we have not asked the attorney about the legal fees. That was just an estimate that we came up with, but we have not asked her about that.
And Mr. Altman, I thought that's what we were gonna do for any type of project we had, was to consult with our own city attorney before. I guess even you would present something to us to see what her opinion is that she can facilitate in this effort, or were you planning just to bid it out to someone?
So first, we haven't done anything yet.
Well, I
So
know, but you got it a part of your proposal. And you
So
got
I would, not have to have Ms. Griffin correct me if I'm wrong, but this has been the proposal that's been ongoing for a number of years.
I'm
I
not.
don't think we've changed the proposal any, but because we knew we have an in-house attorney, before we would do anything to go outside and look for fees, yes, we would consult with Ms. Robinson to see if it is something that she could do.
Yeah, but why present it to us with a cost if you were gonna do that?
This is what has been presented previously. We didn't change the presentation. We didn't change any of the documentation. It's just there as a placeholder. It doesn't mean we're actually going to spend that money.
Well, don't get all hyped about it, but I'm saying is your presentation of the cost, which reflects it's not the exact cost, up-to-date cost. If you updated it and moved Mark Haley name and other people's name, you should have went back and adjusted the cost for that too. Just my little humble opinion. I'm finished, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph.
Ms. Griffin, if I am not mistaken, the value that you've set aside for, or that the Park Service has set aside for the appraised value that they want us to pay on this house, do we happen to know the condition of the house and whether that condition would play in the market value? I know it has been empty for a long time, that they did some upgrades to it when they were housing some of the Park Service staff there. But I was just wondering if there had been any conditions that you were made aware of this house before we spent this money on it.
The last time that the city has gone into the house to look at the conditions was around 2010, 2011. Any conditions that were included in the appraisal would be the most up-to-date conditions.
Well, and we have not seen the appraisal. Have you looked at the appraisal and seen, because I'm assuming that he's appraising it as is, and he would be listing certain things, but an appraiser may not list all of the things that would be aesthetic issues that might need, or he may not be doing, he's certainly not going to do a termite inspection or anything like that. Would it be possible for us to get the Park Service to let somebody in there to do a site review? Because I would hate to go into this blindly at that value, because I know it's waterfront property, and that would still include the waterfront at the bottom of this property, correct?
No, ma'am, it does not
Okay.
include the waterfront.
Okay, so they are taking that away as part of their park reallocation of this property. And so there is no water accessibility to this property, correct?
The property now does not have waterfront as the property sits now. This does give a easement for the property owner to use the waterfront, but it does not belong to the property owner. Right now, this property does not have, it's MPS property, so it doesn't need an easement. But the property, if with the new property lines, it provides an easement, but it is not waterfront property.
Right, they've marked it off so that the water in back of the property stays with the Park Service and does not go with this house.
That's correct. And the appraisals are in the packet, which is what Mr. Altman was referring to as the length of the packet. So the
Yeah.
appraisal for the
And
house.
I looked at, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I looked at that and I did not see that the appraisers had done a full scale appraisal showing any kind, and I wouldn't expect them to, any kind of damage or anything that is not working like a home inspector would.
That's true. They haven't. They provided photographs, of course, and they
Right.
actually put on there, hey, this is not an engineering's report, so no one will get the idea that it is.
Right.
Like I said, back in 2010 and 2011, Mr. Butler actually provided some information on the house and some upgrades that needed to take place. I don't
Right.
know if anything has been done
Yeah.
after that.
Yeah, I mean, my whole point is we don't know structurally, we don't know about the HVAC or the heating, we don't know about termites. There are many conditions that we would have that we should, look into if we were going to buy this to resell to a homeowner, and especially at that value. So I don't know that it would be okay in negotiations with the Park Service or the conservatory group. I'm not familiar with them as much, but my concern would be that we would need, like you would in a residential purchase, you would get a home inspection done. Would they allow us to do something like that? Because we don't want to buy a house that's ready to fall down and we wouldn't know about it otherwise. So could we put contingencies in this contract? I know they're pretty strict, or have an inspection done to tell us what works and what doesn't. Because if we were buying it for a particular dollar amount and then we turn around and can't sell it for anywhere close to that, this is not going to benefit us at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can surely ask if that is something that we can do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, I was going to ask the city attorney, is it legal that we buy property with the intent to sell to a private person as a city?
And Mr. Rob, okay, go ahead.
I don't think I've ever been presented with that precise question before, Counselor Pelham. Typically, the issue is sort of taking property for redevelopment purposes, taking it in the sense being by eminent domain, and whether or not that is really a governmental purpose. But your precise question, I simply can't answer. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it other than, in as much as a taxpayer wants to complain about it. But I simply can't answer that question right now. I'm happy to look into it and then report back to City Council.
I appreciate it. I mean, we'd be in the go-between to a private investment. So I just want to know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm also listening to part of the presentation, and so I guess the purpose of the transaction would work itself into the process into determining whether or not the transaction was one permissible for the locality. If it's simply to act as a broker for the benefit of a private citizen or a private entity, I think generally speaking, I can speak with some confidence the answer would be no, but the purpose of the project seems to be something a little bit broader than simply acting simply as a broker. But I will look to see if there's anything on point to your question and report back, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I would love to know.
May I speak on something, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
And with all due respect to Miss Sandra, our city attorney, I will say that this isn't the first time that we've brought this up to a council, probably not this council as it stands now, but since 2011, we brought this up, and I think we've been through 3 city attorneys who've reviewed it, and I'm sure Ms. Sandra will probably find the same information they have, but just to say that this has gone through city attorneys to review prior, and at that point, I think 3 city attorneys, and it was something that they said we could do, which is why we decided to move forward and send in the letter to the congressman. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, there are no other hands raised. Councilmember, you on the floor?
I would like to ask another one.
Councilor Randolph?
And Ms. Griffin, you just mentioned that this has gone before other councils since 2010.
2013 is when the letter was written by Mr. Haley. Before then, it was discussions from 2011 on to that point, to this point.
Have there have not been any votes on this, or have there been previous votes from previous councils?
I don't recall any votes, no ma'am.
Okay, so there was just discussion on this where council had indicated by majority that they wanted you to move forward on this and to do other fact finding on stuff? Or is this the, based on where the National Park Service has taken us, the first time that anything's been presented to a council in depth?
This isn't the first time that it's been presented to council in depth.
Okay, so previous councils have heard this and had I guess the majority had no problems with it moving forward, is what I assume. Is that a correct assumption?
Previous councils have discussed the idea of the land swap. They have not, previous councils has not seen the land swap as you see it today, meaning how the Park Service resurveyed the property. That wasn't a part of it when we first started this process. The Park Service actually said we could have a lot more property than what you see now. It was access to the river. So that has significantly changed. So again, the council has seen this, but not in the, the final.
And the reasoning behind their changing the property lines was to fit into the square footage of what the Park Service owns?
No, the Park Service changed the lines because they anticipate some renovations to their property, and looking at the topography and the project that they have had going on previously with the restoring of the bluff. And so they wanted to maintain the bluff area around the house. And so they wanted to remove some of that property around the house. So again, it was 24, as it is now, it's 24,000 square feet, and they roughly took off about 10,000.
Yeah, and the reason I'm so interested is, of course, the value of the house would be much different with river access. And I know there's an easement, but with it being part of the property, that value of that property then goes up significantly than it does at this point with just an easement to the river.
Agreed. And I did make sure that the appraisal included the easement and not the property in its entirety, the 24,000 square feet, and it does. At 195 is based on the easement.
Yeah, but still not knowing the condition of the actual property. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Plum, is your hand raised again?
Yeah. I would just like to say regards to Ms. Tavia, the attorneys that went forth. I don't know which attorney it was, but the reason I would like another attorney to look at it is because the same, some of those attorneys were the ones that want us to buy the old Evergreen Motel at $1.3 million that was appraised at $800,000 and ended up, we saved the citizens a whole bunch of money. So just to clarify, sometimes you need a whole bunch of lawyers, I guess, looking into stuff because they don't see the same light or read the same law books, I guess, depending on who they're dealing with. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a question. Ms. Griffin, before I came on council, I served on Architecture Review Board, and I remember us voting on this matter. I remember that conversation at the time being a bed and breakfast. How did it shift to it was either bed and breakfast or a satellite tourism office? So how did we shift to like a private residence? And I understand that we're still not, council has yet to have the conversation on how to address our tourism, but there were still options on creating like a satellite welcome center down there.
Well, if you were, what I was saying before, back in 2010, when I think that initiative was headed up by then Councilor, oh gosh, who lives on Brown?
Lumen Bailey.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Lumen Bailey. The talk then was of the city using it as a satellite tourism. And at that time, the city concluded that they did not want to put the money into the rehab. So that was abandoned at that point. A bread and breakfast, it could be a bread and breakfast. A bed and breakfast in that district requires a conditional use permit. If someone wants to come forth and, you know, have it as a bed and breakfast, that's fine. We have received over the years, and so has the National Park Service, several inquiries from people coming out of town and visiting City Point, asking about the house and asking the National Park Service if they would sell the house as a residence. So we felt, just based on inquiries and based on demand, that a single family detached home may be the best fit. But of course, that is, if you put out an RFP, you go with and you review them and you look to see what is, one, the best price, and also one, the best use, and you move forward with awarding the RFP to that particular entity, and the city would have that authority to do that. So it just doesn't, the single family development was just an idea.
Okay, and then my other question I was trying to find in the packet, and forgive me if I overlooked it. I'm just trying to figure out, and please don't take offense by this.
Yeah.
What is prompting this to come up now? Because, you know, especially given what your office is working on with the COVID-19 support, we have rental inspection needs, and that's under your office. What's prompting this to come up in the midst of the other items that you're working on, or the things that council has to circle back on, like the rental inspection program?
Yes, ma'am. That's a good question. Pretty much the National Park Service, while we have been waiting for them to come up with the appraisals for about 2 to 3 years, they finished it in September, and they are asking us for a decision. And they haven't given us a deadline, but they call us on a frequent basis asking if a decision has been made. They were expecting, when the appraisals came out, for us to move right away into the purchase of the property, because that was what was discussed with them back in 2015, 2016, during the writing of the bill through Congress. And so now that they have finished their process, they are asking us to complete the process, which would be the land swap. So I agree, we have other things that are especially during COVID, that are pressing, but they are asking us, so we are therefore coming to council to get an answer.
And that was this September?
Yes, ma'am.
So they haven't given you a deadline, but they've been kind of plugging at you to try to get an answer.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. Councilor Pelham?
Oh, Ms. Tavia, council, I guess, why should we be making them make us jump through the hoop when they've taken so long? I've been a part of the discussion for a long time too, and they were nonchalant for a long time. And now the taxpayers need to come up whenever y'all present it again with $200,000 to broker a deal for this house. Doesn't seem feasible to me.
So this is a question for the presentation.
Do we have to just do this? Can we just put it off to the beginning of the year? We have a lot of other priorities, like you say.
Are you asking me or are you asking Ms. Griffin? Is questions for the presentation?
I'm just making a general statement. Never mind. I just don't think it's a priority now. If priority, if we want to spend another $200,000, I'll vote for it to go to the police first. Put another one on the corner somewhere that maybe there's a shooting versus buying a house with hopes that somebody else going to buy it for the same price.
So I got to do the same thing I did to Councilor Denton, try to give you leeway, but we don't have a motion on the floor, so just try to keep comments to questions for the presentation.
Repeat it.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we lay this on the table, basically postpone it until the beginning of the year.
Motion dies for lack of a second. Councilor Randolph?
I make a motion that we postpone this until Ms. Griffin can find out from the National Park Service if we can do a home inspection. And if they come back and say no, then we know what we've got to do. I'm not 100% behind this. I live very close to this, but not in the historic district. I know history and tourism are things that we want to preserve, but I too have to look at the spending of this money. And without clarity on how much we could, if the house is appraising for that amount and we're paying that amount, I don't know where this is going to help us except for down the road with another tax paying homeowner potentially living there, paying real estate taxes and to get it on the tax roll. But
is that your motion is to, what, can you state your motion clearly, please?
To have Ms. Griffin contact the National Park Service to see if we can do a home inspection and put off our vote until an inspection is done. And if they can't do it, okay. Oh, so yes, to postpone the efforts of this purchase until we can find out whether or not a home inspection can be done.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Randolph, seconded by Councilor Parton. Now we're in discussion. Councilor Randolph, would you be amenable to adding to your motion for Director Griffin to get an estimated time of approval with or without the inspection, so we can at least know what they're thinking about their expectations of us?
Absolutely.
Councilor Parton, are you fine with that?
That's fine.
Okay. Councilor Denton? Your microphone is muted.
I've got a question, and I may have misunderstood, but at the beginning, did the city manager say we didn't have to take any kind of action tonight? Are we just doing this?
Council can do whatever council chooses to do. And on the agenda layout, it is under new business and there's a spot for a motion. So if someone wants to make a motion, they can do that. That's their prerogative as a counselor. And 2 motions were made and we have 1 on the floor. So if you don't agree with the motion, and you can just, vote it down. And if you have a comment to put for the record, I can approve it to be in the record, but we have a motion on the floor. So the comments have to be to the motion on the floor, please. Any other comments, Councilor Denton?
No. None.
Okay. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion for everyone?
The motion is to postpone the efforts of this purchase until Ms. Griffin contacts the National Park Service to find out if a home inspection can be done.
Point of information.
Go ahead. You have a point of information?
Yes, when you postpone something or lay it on the table, don't you have to do it to a specific date or time? We got a time, but I think it's supposed
She postponed it for after a certain action was completed. We can get additional clarity, but if you don't mind, can I correct the motion first so we address that? Because the clerk is going to read the motion
afterwards, please.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you missed the other part of the motion. That was the part to ask for Director Griffin to get confirmation about any deadline that they have for us to provide an answer to them. Do you have that in the record?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Attorney, can you please address Councilor Pelham's point of information or / point of order?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So lay it on the table is the phrase that Councilor Pelham used when she initially made the motion. That has been used or can be used procedurally in 2 different instances. It can be used properly without a specific end time if it's done within the same meeting. So you would come up on something in an agenda, lay it on the table to some point later on in the meeting, and then you take it from the table. In that instance, you don't have to have a hard stop. In the instance of using it simultaneously, but synonymously with postpone, you should postpone it to a date certain. Otherwise, it has the effect of killing the motion.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say we're going to just lay it on the table until sometime in the future, again, if it's used synonymously with postpone, the substantive effect of that is that the motion will die. So if you don't want that to happen, if there is a desire to be clear that we are definitely going to take this up again at a specific time, then you should have a date certain. So you can continue it to your date, your meeting in November or to December or whenever else is appropriate.
Thank you.
December
8th.
Councilor Parton, is that fine with you?
With December
council meeting.
A December council meeting, or the only one?
One.
I forgot. Okay. Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilor Denton?
What?
Your hand is raised.
Okay, I will take it down.
Okay. All right, no other hands are raised. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Counselor Denton, you're,
I'm not muted. I said yes.
we couldn't hear you. That's why I called your name. So it's yes for the record?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on. Public Works dumpster request. Mr. Altman.
Madam Mayor, members of council, there has been a longstanding discussion regarding the, I guess, visibility or potentially the unsightliness of having the trash toters in downtown, in the downtown district, brought out to the curb, having to be stored. And city staff has been working with the Downtown Partnership and individual businesses to develop a solution to address this issue. And what we have come up with is a proposal to screen some dumpsters in downtown and eliminate the individual trash toters. Mr. Dane has been working with Mr. Watson on this proposal along with Ms. Robinson, and at this point, I'll let Mr. Dane go through the details with council.
I believe Ms. Robertson also has details if you have questions, but the very first day I got here, one of the questions or concerns was we got to figure out some way to get trash cans off the streets downtown. We worked long and hard with the businesses and found a solution that everybody was satisfied with. The cost of the dumpsters is being covered by what we charge as a trash fee. So these people are still being charged for the trash container, although now they're using a dumpster. The dumpsters are located on our property in the parking lot, which is essentially beside the one-story warehouse of the Butterworth Lofts on Cawson Street. It's off the parking lot that's along Library Street. And in order to place dumpsters in a downtown area, they have to be shielded to meet our zoning ordinance. We require other businesses to do so, so we have to as well. And Mr. Watson worked with some contractors to get some pricing and took some designs to the DDRC and got approval for those designs. And this project is now to move ahead with that. And I would turn it over to Monique to provide the details of the cost and all. So Monique.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So the cost of for those enclosures there, along with the retaining wall, should not exceed $225,000. And that's to enclose the 4 dumpsters there at Cawson and Library, and to extend the retaining wall there at Route 10 in Broadway. There's an existing wall there now, but it will extend it there for those few businesses that will not be participating or using the centralized dumpsters. They'll still be able to shield them from the public right of way in on Route 10.
And the funds would come from the refuge account, not from the general fund.
That is correct.
The what? Oh.
The funds will come from the refuse account. It would not come from the general fund.
Okay.
That concludes our information. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph.
Yes, just two quick questions, Mr. Dane. The refuge account already has that money there to be used when we approve this?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Robertson, could you tell us the balance of the account? I don't have the, I'm sorry, I don't have the CAF in front of me.
No problem, I have it there. The balance of the account according to the 2017 CAFR is $2,276,089. And $600,000 of that fund, of course, is reserved for the trust account for DEQ. So that's available.
So it's like 1.6 million available and we're asking to spend less than 300.
Okay. And in the presentation, you all talked about people that were not going to be using the dumpsters. That's because they're not in the downtown?
Well, no, it's because the location of dumpsters is up off of Library Street. If you look at the configuration of downtown, most of our restaurants are in that area, and it was critical that the restaurants use the dumpsters for sanitary purposes.
Right.
There's down at the Route 10 side is mostly offices or small retail shops, no food being sold, and those people were reluctant or resistant to carrying a bag of office trash a block away to put in a dumpster when they had toters available. But we didn't want the toters on the street, so we worked with the property owner there at the corner of Route 10 and East Broadway, and he has a little barrier wall, shield wall there now out of brick that hides his dumpsters. He's allowing a larger enclosure to be put there, which is part of this price, which will enclose a couple of other dumpsters for the couple of businesses that are down that end. So it turned out to be a very good solution. We'll get all this out of sight and out of mind. And the refuge haulers agreed to pick it up out of there too.
Okay, well, that makes more sense. It was just confusing when that was mentioned. So I just wanted to clarify. So thank you for that clarity. And I appreciate it.
No
I'm
problem.
done.
I should add one more thing. This solves the problem for most of that mid block. As some of those buildings at the end of the block on East Broadway near Hopewell Street, if restaurants go into those spaces, we may be looking at another solution. In fact, we have a temporary dumpster back behind one of those in the parking lot we built on Hopewell Street right now while we're trying to figure out that solution. But this was critical that we get fixed because DDRC does not want those dumpsters that are sitting there exposed to the public, and rightfully so. That we're trying to fix an unsightly condition, and we're making an unsightly condition. So the enclosure will take care of that.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Are these dumpster sites all locked so that they're not open to the general public?
Our plan is once we have the enclosure there, we would have locks on it that each of the businesses who utilize it would have a key to the lock to access because we don't want the general public dumping in it. And fortunately, so far, we haven't had that problem. It's been pretty well maintained so far. But yes, ma'am, we do intend to put a locking system on there of some sort.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Parton.
Yes, I move that we approve and appropriate $225,000 from the city refuge fund balance to fund the downtown dumpster project.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Parton, seconded by, I believe, by Councilor Denton.
Yes.
For information, Councilor Parton, does your motion, if I heard you correctly, doesn't say the source of the funds?
No, it says the city's refuge fund account.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. Thank you. So that is the source. Any other questions or discussion for the motion? Please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Madam Mayor and council, thank you. And Ms. Robertson, thank you.
Thank you.
All
Thank you.
right, next item on the agenda is our 5 Office on Youth Services Commission transition to HPS. Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Council had directed that a transition plan be completed and appointed a committee to review and develop that plan. That committee consisted of Dr. Hackney, the superintendent of the schools, Mr. Cuffey, the school board chairman, Mr. Reed Miller, our Department of Director of Recreation and Parks, Mr. Napper, who was the youth coordinator, and myself. We met, and Mr. Dane came with us as we met to discuss the options of moving, of what to do and where to locate the Office on Youth. Those options, as I think we've discussed in a previous meeting, included keeping it where it is, moving it to recreation, moving it to schools. During our meeting, Mr. Napper actually presented options to the rest of the committee, and one of the preferred option that was presented by Mr. Napper was a thought to move the Office on Youth under schools, and I know that he and the chair of the Youth Commission had discussions with the superintendent of schools as to how that may work. And I believe as a result of those discussions, they were comfortable with the thought of the Office on Youth moving underneath the school system as to take advantage of the opportunities that HPS would have with the balanced calendar and direct access to our youth through the school system. As a result of that meeting, superintendent discussed with her board at a meeting and got tentative approval to move forward with the relocation, at least from the school's perspective, that they were comfortable accepting the Office on Youth. They took a formal vote at their October 8th meeting, and there's a copy of the resolution in your packet. They voted 4-0 with one absence. Ms. Johnson was not at the meeting, to recommend that the superintendent of that the school board agrees to take control of the Office on Youth effectively immediately, and that the Hopewell School Board empower the superintendent, Dr. Hackney, to begin transition planning with the Hopewell City Manager, March Altman, as soon as possible. Dr. Hackney and I had discussed some discussions about the transition, and as a result, the memo that's in your packet were the items that we had discussed, and the items that we need to take care of in order to move forward. Those would be transferring the $25,000 that was budgeted to Recreation and Parks for Youth programs to the Hopewell Public School System, making it a total of $75,000 for youth programming. Transferring the youth coordinator full-time position, salary and benefits funding out of the city budget to the Hopewell Public Schools, targeting November 10th to make that budget transfer. We've looked at both our payroll timeframes and schools' payroll timeframes, which aren't on the same. So we get paid every 2 weeks, and they get paid on the 15th and the 30th. But what we worked out is Mr. Napper would work for the city through November 13th and then start with the school board on November 16th. So he would get paid the following week, because I think we have a payroll date of the 5th and then on the 19th. So he would get paid then and then pick up on the school side. So there would be a seamless transition there. Schools have agreed to provide the youth coordinator office space, provide office supplies.
Excuse me, Mr. Altman, I have a point of information. You
Okay.
talked about 2 budget amendments. We didn't vote on either, so how can they take effect in November?
So this budget amendment hasn't come to you yet.
Right, so I asked the question of how can it take effect in November if we haven't, November 13th, if we haven't voted on it?
You would take action on the 10th.
So you want us to take action on the 10th. for it to be scheduled for the 13th if it's approved.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need a clarification on.
That way we have the opportunity to figure how much money we need to retain to pay him out through the final pay period, and that we need to move to schools for the rest of the year.
Okay.
So the council agenda, it would be that transfer of funds would be on the council agenda at your November 10th meeting. Schools have agreed to provide office space, office supplies. The supplies that they have currently, we would move over. The items that they have in storage for the events that they had already purchased, those items would be moved, and we would coordinate the move with utilizing our public works folks to help move everything over to the school board office. The part-time administrative assistant with the Office on Youth would not be transferred to the school system, but we would then reassign that person somewhere here within the city. As I don't know if anybody's been in the school board office, and I know Mrs. Pelham, you're familiar. There's a rotation of people that answer the phone at the front desk. So they'll have that, and Mr. Napper would have some level of administrative support through members that are currently at the school board office. Schools would agree to provide an annual report to council regarding, as part of their budget request, regarding youth programming, how the funds have been utilized, and any needs for future funding within a plan, any grants they plan to apply for, and et cetera. And then, like I said before, we kind of looked at the last day that the youth coordinator with the city would be on that Friday on the 13th, and then he would begin the officially transition to the Hopewell Public Schools on the 16th. However, I would recommend that Mr. Napper, if this is something council agrees to this evening and we can move forward, begin immediately talking with the superintendent about the transition. And so that way, when he is with schools, he hits the ground running, and start working with the superintendent on what programming they may be able to put in place effective now. So we are not missing an opportunity to provide assistance to the youth of our community. And then finally, we would have to make amendments to Chapter 38 of the code, obviously, because it wouldn't be under the city anymore. We would have to address that section of the code. So those are the items that we've outlined, in addition to the fact that we wouldn't renew the current lease on the office space that we have for the Office on Youth. But those are the items that we have. We're just seeking this evening council's approval of the committee recommendation and authorization for staff to proceed with all the necessary steps to make the transition happen. Any questions of council, I would be happy to answer them.
Any questions regarding the presentation? Councilor Parton has his hand first, and Councilor Pelham.
I move that we accept the committee's recommendation and authorize the city manager to move forward with the necessary steps to facilitate the move of the Office on Youth to the Hopewell Public School System, and to allow the youth coordinator to begin to work with Dr. Hackney or the school superintendent.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Parton, seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. If I think I heard that correctly. It's now before council for discussion. Councilor Pelham.
Yes, I guess I can finish my comments this time. But of course, I'm still at disagreement of this motion didn't include anything about the Youth Services Commission. So will that still be a part of the ordinance?
That would be something that we would have to look at. In addition, I think that's something that the schools would need to comment on, is that as it moves over there, what their thought, the school board's thought is on what the commission may look like. And I can't remember, we discussed the commission serving as in an advisory role, not a directive role. And I think that is at least the discussion we had that day. That is what the superintendent and Mr. Cuffey had indicated, but it was Mr. Cuffey's feeling was that there were members that were on the commission today that needed to preserve some role as this moved forward. So ultimately, I think it will be the school's decision on what that looks like, but that would be one of the things that we would have to address when we looked at Chapter 38.
Councilor Pullum? Your microphone is muted.
Oh. I didn't hear my other question then. But anyway. Oh, you didn't? Okay. How did, oh, never mind. March heard it though. What were you saying about the young lady that works as a receptionist or secretary? She would work at the school board too?
No, ma'am, we would retain her here in the city and reassign her to another department.
Or the secretaries that rotate would help him administratively. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, ma'am. And the indication is he would have some administrative support. So we felt that the position that's over there now, if there is an indication there isn't a need for that position at the school board office, we would then find another opportunity for her within the city.
And he'd be working out of the school board central office itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And my comment was basically for the council is the fact that I don't remember during my time on council that there was a commission, a committee, or maybe a committee, but not a commission or board that was disbanded the way we've done this particular commission. And for example, the dock commission has been in service, I guess, a part of the charter forever, and they've never met in 16 and a half years. And no one saw the need to take this drastic action as the majority of council has taken for this Youth Services Commission. And that really disturbs me as a counselor, especially with all the hard work that this particular group has put into this commission. This all started, with the fact that one of the counselors told the prior president to spend the money. They spent the money and they sent it over to the assistant manager and the manager. So I would like March and O'Dane to explain to the public how these young people got tied in this web when it was you all's decision to spend that money, to allow them to spend those funds and grant money. No one has been held accountable for that. Everybody blames them young people and destroyed some of their character and reputations, saying that they were being dishonest and a whole bunch of other allegations. But when in actuality, they sent you a voucher for approval and you guys approved it. So I'm putting you on the line to explain it to the public.
So Councilor Pelham, what was sent over was the action that the Youth Commission took to undertake the grants.
Okay, did they request it? It was a request to do that?
They had already taken action.
How did they get the checks?
The request came over. They had already taken action. This outlined how they were going to issue the funds.
In a meeting, they don't handle money. You are the office that approved the money. They don't approve money to the finance to tell the finance director to cut a check for nobody. They made a recommendation in their minutes and they forwarded to what their bosses, and y'all approved it. I mean, how can you say that they spent it? They don't direct Michael Terry to do nothing. That's within your realm. And y'all need to take ownership of that.
So if you would let me finish,
well, I try.
I'd be happy to
address
the issue.
Okay.
So they took action at a meeting determining how they wanted to spend the funds. I signed off to allow our staff to cut the checks per their decision. I didn't approve their decision. I allowed the staff to move forward with the expenditure of the funds through the system per the decisions made by the Youth Commission.
They made it.
I have a point of information.
Please point it out.
Are you there?
I'm here.
No, I asked the attorney, is she there? Can't hear her.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you pull up the city's charter?
I have it.
Isn't the city manager's job to oversee the administration of the city's budget?
Yep.
Okay. So it's your job to oversee the budget, correct?
Correct. And I was also informed that we had no say over what the Youth Commission did.
That's
Yes,
not
yes,
true.
yes.
No. I mean, you can get smart all you want to, but the bottom line is they're being blamed for something that they shouldn't be blamed for. So my question was to the city attorney, the authority to oversee the budget and the responsibility falls on who?
Under section Chapter 5, Section 4, Paragraph C, it shall be the duty of the city manager to prepare and submit the annual budget to council and be responsible for its administration after its adoption. That's the end.
Thank you.
And that's the point I think the public should know. And whether they approve, it's like we approve things in a meeting, you have to do, I guess, really take it through. But this was a bunch, these were volunteers that made a decision in a meeting to pass that. Y'all could have stopped it anytime. Should have said, no, our policies and procedures say that we can't do this as grant money. Y'all have to do blah, blah, blah. That would have been the correct procedure to do. And so I just wanted to point that out so that commission won't be continually judged on something that they supposedly did wrong and being judged by this council based on that information. They never had, this was the first group of people after Chanel left and we got Mr. Napper in. We never gave them a 4-year chance to continue to prove that they could be a wholesome group. And for whatever reason that was, they never could do that. But they tried anyway and kept their heads up and kept volunteering and keep volunteering to this day. And they need to be recognized for that effort. And as much as the council talked about them and demeaned them and did whatever they could negatively to hurt their character, they continued on in providing a service to the community and the kids. And I appreciate that. And I mean, the ones that were not here when we tried to make this Youth Services Commission a wholesome unit was education do education, Rec Parks do physical. And this was a group that did real stuff to train kids in cultural awareness of all cultures. It just was a wholesome group to tie all those three entities together. One of the things that needs to be discussed is that the school system does have a policy where kids that are suspended can't participate in school activities. Since we've transferred this to the school, that's going to eliminate a group of kids and even elementary kids who need this type of activity. So that is something hopefully they will look at to make some type of an exception for, so that if a parent has to deal with that discipline type of a child, that child won't be excluded from every good thing because now they can't go after school to something that the city once sponsored and they could have gone. So all those things have gone, is watered down the drain now. Because again, I'm sure the majority of council will vote against it. And for that, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Cullen, I do have something to add to this. The reason why I did my point of order is because in this instance, I disagree with you on one part. I don't think anything was done improperly to include the city manager and the assistant city manager. When this was discussed briefly in closed session, it was determined that what they signed off on based off of what was provided did not violate any policies or procedures. The city manager had the discretion to allow them to use their funding that they knew that was coming for the next fiscal year, like all other departments. It was submitted to the assistant city manager because that's actually the chain of command, and then through the city manager, and it was signed off on. There's been no clear claim of anyone involved in the process doing anything improper or illegal, to include city manager and the assistant city manager. It's been requested since it was discussed publicly, mostly on social media by members of council, to have actual claims of allegations so that they can be addressed publicly in a professional city council meeting and addressed, like point proven to be true or false. You have called a work session that was shut down by 4 members of council. During that meeting, they said that they was going to have a meeting on August the 13th. That meeting was canceled without all of us knowing about it. The next time the commissioners had a chance to speak, that was shut down again by 4 members of council. Every attempt to provide information to the public regarding these transactions has been shut down or stopped while in process. The commission has provided council with documentation. Every time there's been a question, there's been a presentation provided. The biggest issue that I have regarding how this whole thing has transpired, which I do not agree with the motion for, is because it's unjust. You have members of council accusing commissioners in the public meetings of putting money in their own pockets, which is slander or libel, whatever the proper legal term is, without any justification, without even allowing them to address their claims. And then since they are just resident volunteers, how can they defend themselves against the almighty governing body of council? They can't. There's been asked by the commissioners to have joint meetings with city council. That still has yet to be scheduled. Council members have been invited to come to the commissioners' meetings. They don't come. And so I don't agree with this motion because it is unjust to put out there false allegations. I can't even say the word allegations because to date, again, nobody has come through and said any particular claim that is throw out big terms such as mismanagement of funds or they did something wrong. The catchphrases for the public to just latch on to because it's coming of people who should be in positions of trust, but yet they don't provide anything concrete. The last thing I'll say is I'm pretty sure what's coming up is another reason why I don't agree with this is because it might be said, well, when we tried to discuss this in the fall, we never got answers. I want to be very clear on the record and saying I also do not approve of this motion because just like in the fall, there were no allegations. At that time, I specifically asked for whatever claims to be presented. I have emails that anyone can FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, regarding this matter, where I specifically requested a public conversation about any accusations and claims. That was denied. So all the people who are being accused of wrongdoing are the ones calling for a public conversation. And to date, October 27th, no allegations have been provided besides general terms. And misinformation has been shared online by members of council and their friends regarding FOIA documents that are incomplete and inaccurate, and they're painting a false narrative. So for those who are going to vote to approve this, if you have any integrity, please have a public meeting with the commissioners for them to address your claims. If you can't do that, then the public should know that this vote is personal. And the other thing, reason why I disagree with this motion is that Councilor Cullen, as you stated, This has never happened to any other board. Clearly, this is without cause. And we have the CPMT, the CSA board, over $1 million in fraud. Nothing has happened to them, despite several attempts from us trying to do something. But just like the public watched earlier in this meeting, it's always swept under the rug with a 4-3 vote. And at a recent meeting, the state came down at my request to talk to council regarding the most recent audit that happened under everyone's watch that is currently sitting on council. And again, there is new misallocation of funds, and Councilor Denton serves on that board. And the state reported back to us that they had 6 months to address the audit findings and did not do it. And yet, here we are, nothing about CSA or CPMT on the agenda to dismantle them or ruin their credibility or call them to the carpet or anything related to what is being done with these volunteers. And the last thing I'll say about why I wholeheartedly disagree with this, because again, it lacks integrity, is because these volunteers were doing the work that the city wasn't doing, which is why it was created. Had Parks and Recreation did the job, we wouldn't have needed an office on youth. Had the schools been doing the job, we wouldn't have needed an office on youth. And when we did the report to assess the city's investment on youth, it fell short. And that report for the public can be FOIA'd at any time too. And so we gather people in the community that already have been doing the work, building their relationships to do something in this city that wasn't being done before. And while we sat here and struggled with political stuff on the back end of counselors interfering in the commissioner's work and misleading them and overjecting themselves in budget decisions and giving them a false sense of security when they trust their actions, and then they turn around and throw it back in their face when they follow counselors' advice. We did that without any support in terms of staffing, limited access to resources. They use their own cars, they use their own relationships. They set up events, they worked events. And this is how they're repaid, to do something that wasn't being done in the city. And while there was a comment made that we need to expedite this because we won't be without services, we have member services since June in COVID-19. The money was frozen to give out grants since March, around the March timeframe. So I don't see why it's so pressing now when our youth have been without help in a pandemic with schools closed and their parents out of work and doing whatever they have to do to survive. It's a disgrace. And I'm sure there's gonna be some comebacks or comments, rebuttals or whatever. I didn't mention anyone by name, so I hope no one mentions me by name. Because again, if anyone has a claim, call a special meeting. We'll be here to address whatever you wanna say because it's not true. And if you can't do that, don't mention us. Councilor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely.
It is amazing to me how far off base some of this is. You may not have mentioned anybody by name, but you certainly mentioned the 4 majority votes, which pretty much puts a name to who you're addressing as being lacking.
Keep your comments to why you don't want to support or don't.
I will comment as I am trying to do.
No, I'm just giving you direction.
You
Keep it to the
allowed to
motion.
comment and talk about people having no integrity.
And I said, I spoke to it to the motion.
I'm going to say that I believe that was inappropriate to talk about anybody having lack of
So
integrity.
Councilor Randolph, you're not here to reprimand me. Councilor Randolph, I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to not have you.
Neither. Why are you interrupting me?
Because I'm trying to, because I'm not your child. You're not going to scold me. What I'm telling you is you can have Councilor Randolph. Councilor Randolph.
Letting me.
No, because speak to the issue. And I'm going to let you have the floor. But what I'm saying is you directed your comments at me. And when I tried to correct you to say, speak to why you approve or disapprove of the motion, I didn't try to censor you.
I didn't say your name.
You said you. So again, you can make whatever comments you want.
You means the 2 people that have spoken, just like
and I said throughout my speech that I disagree with the motion. So all I'm advising you to do when you have the floor, because you have it now, is to please speak to the motion. So say
I
what
am speaking
you
to
have,
the motion.
Councilor Randolph. So you can say whatever, Councilor Randolph, you can say whatever comments you want. I'm, again, for the third time, I'm not trying to censor you.
And I'm not your child.
I'm not
If
acting
you
like
want
you
me to
are. I'm just
say
treating you the way
something,
that you
I
need to
will
be treated
keep
right now. So please keep your
I will
comments
keep
directed
my
to the
comments
motion.
to the motion.
That's
If
all.
you
Thank you. That could have been addressed 2 minutes ago. Have a good, go ahead.
motion is that we are going to take a vote in a few minutes on something. However, there have been comments and there have been things that have happened previously. I was contacted and I was brought up in something earlier where someone that made comments earlier spoke to the point that someone on council had told the commission that they needed to spend the money in order to get it. That is a direct indication of me because that was said in a
Councilor
previous
Randolph, are
meeting.
you speaking to the
I
motion?
am
Because no
talking to
one
the
mentioned your
motion about
name.
what
So are
was
you
said.
saying, right, you're trying to clarify the record and no one mentioned your name. So all
I'm
I'm
not trying to clarify the record. I'm trying
Yes,
to
you-
say
I
that
mean,
comments that were said earlier are
but
absolutely
when no one
wrong.
mentioned you, so I know you have a guilty conscience, but if you want to
No, that's not called for.
say that you are,
You saying
it's
that
facts.
is not
So you can
appropriate.
say, I approve of the,
I have
I
a
approve of
guilty
the
conscience,
motion
and
because,
I'm
or
not
I
gonna make
disapprove with
you.
the motion because. So speak to the
I
motion.
call for the vote.
Bill, but you don't have to clarify.
I call for the vote.
Thank you. Second that. Call for the vote.
My comments written in the minutes.
Yeah, my comments too, and I will be sure to.
Councilor Pelham, your comments are approved. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
You are a piece of work.
I'm a piece of work. Get used to it. Buckle up, Buttercup. Go ahead.
Yeah, buckle up is right.
Correct. I mean, if a hit dog,
You said that first. You
hit
said
dog
that
hollers,
first.
Councilor
You
Randolph, no
said
one
it.
mentioned you by name, and I'm asking you to please keep your comments
Call for the vote.
or disagree with it. You don't have to clear the record.
Call for the vote.
You don't direct the clerk during meetings. I do, Councilor Randolph. So when you stop,
Well,
roll call.
you are going after me and
I'm not going
letting me
after you. I'm
speak to
asking you to please
whatever
stop being
you and Ms.
disruptive so
Pelham
we can
have
continue
to
the
say.
meeting. So, okay, we'll
The
wait for you
rest
to
of us
stop
can
talking.
call for the vote and we'll vote as appropriate.
Are you done with your outburst, Councilor Randolph?
Are you done with yours?
I'm running the meeting. So again, are you done with your outburst, Councilor Randolph?
I don't need you to scold me.
I'm not scolding you. I asked you a question. Are you
Am
done?
I done with the floor? I just called for the vote. That's an immediate action, isn't it?
And I tried to do roll call, but you keep talking. Are you done with the floor, Councilor Randolph? Great. Madam Clerk, now you can proceed with roll call.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Nope.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion is 4-3.
Wait a minute. She
I
hasn't
didn't-
asked
So,
me.
Councilor Randolph, again, you were not called on. So can I please finish my process of calling the vote out?
No, because she didn't
Thank
call
you
my
very much,
name.
Councilor Randolph, please wait one moment. I'm trying to tally the vote, if you don't mind.
I
Mayor
haven't
Gore,
voted.
Thank you. I know, Ms. Brown, I was trying to correct that. I was trying to do the tally to make sure I had it right. If Councilor Randolph would stop with her outbursts. Clerk, what were you saying? Because the tally I had was 3-3. So what were you saying?
No, you.
I didn't get, Counselor Randolph is the last one. She was after Vice Mayor Bennett.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Randolph.
Well, my vote is, oh, yes.
Okay, perfect. 4-3.
As usual.
Motion on the floor, which is to, I think it was Councilor Parton's motion. Can you please restate that motion for everyone?
Yes, the motion on the floor is to approve the committee recommendation and authorize the city manager to move forward with necessary steps to facilitate the move of the Office on Youth to Hopewell Public Schools and allow the youth coordinator to begin work with the superintendent.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Barton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Altman, I think they moved
Broadband.
the Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
IR8, but Counselor Parton went your presentation, which is the same thing. So I don't have it pulled up yet. Do you need me to put this stuff on the screen for everyone?
I can just read it real quick.
Okay, thank you.
So I sent council an email Friday. We got all the paperwork. We didn't have all the paperwork together in time for the agenda packet. As we know, Governor Northam announced that the Commonwealth was allocating $30 million in coronavirus relief funds from the Federal CARES Act to improve broadband access to underserved localities. The CARES Act funding is allocated to the initiative, is separate from any other broadband funding that the state has out there at the current moment. And the funds are intended to encourage localities to develop creative solutions to respond to the digital divide and the need to enhance connectivity resulting from the increased demand for distance learning and teleworking due to COVID-19 public health emergency. Dr. Manker, our director of IT, is working on the city's application to apply for those funds. The funding would be to expand upon the downtown Wi-Fi concept that we have now to incorporate and serve Kipax Tower downtown, Davisville Bland Court, and Thomas Rolfe Court. There's no city match required for the funding. The downtown Wi-Fi network portion that we're working on is being funded through our coronavirus relief funds at $3.8 million. This would supplement those funds to expand our reach to some underserved communities within the city. In order to move forward with this process and implementation of the downtown Wi-Fi network and the grant request, the administration respectfully requests the council undertake the following actions this evening. One, approve the resolution that was included in my memo to you prepared by the city attorney to approve the service contract with Lumos Networks, which is doing business as Segura, and authorize the manager to execute the contract and other required documents on behalf of the city to implement the downtown Wi-Fi project. And two, to authorize the mayor, the manager, and the director of finance to sign the certification of receipt of coronavirus relief fund payments required to apply for the broadband funding announced by Governor Northam. And I've included that in your packet, all in that email also. And though this is the same certification that we had to sign off for both the first and second round of our coronavirus relief funds that we received from the Commonwealth. Again, our apologies for not getting this in the agenda prior to it being published, but we wanted to get it to you because the grant opportunity that we have has a rolling deadline, and the earlier we can get it in, we hope the better off we are to get some funding to undertake the expansion of the downtown project to include Kipax, Davisville, Bland Court, and Thomas Rolfe Court. Any questions that you may have, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Altman. Is there any questions regarding his presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Cohen.
Did you say $3 million for broadband in just downtown?
No, that's the total amount we received.
Oh.
No, ma'am. No, if it was 3 million, we wouldn't even have any discussion of any of these other programs that we're doing.
I'm sorry. It's getting late, so I apologize.
You're on the right track when we're talking about citywide broadband. and access to Wi-Fi, but not in this case. The expansion of the downtown Wi-Fi and the proposal, I think that the grant application is for $400,000.
Okay, and it only will cover Davisville and Bland Court.
Right, that would be the expansion of what we're doing on downtown to cover those areas and get Wi-Fi receivers into those areas of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other, okay, Counselor Parton?
Yes, I move that we approve the resolution as presented by the city attorney and city manager approving the service contract with Lumos Network Incorporated, operating under the name SIGRA, and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract and other required documents on behalf of the city to implement the project, and to authorize the mayor, city manager, and director of finance to sign the certification of receipt of Coronas Relief Fund payments required to apply for the broadband funding announced by Governor Northam.
Yeah. Second. Motion made by Counselor Parton, seconded by Mayor Gore. Up for discussion. I see hands raised, but I'm assuming they're the old hands. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Counselor Pelham, is that your old hand? I'm assuming so. See no other hands raised. Roll call, please.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Did you call me?
yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. And Mr. Altman, are you in the building? You left this on my desk. You want me to leave it for the clerk or you want me to walk it over to you? Your microphone is muted.
Yeah, I'm in the building. I'll come grab it when we're done.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, final item on the agenda is,
Masks.
yes, I'm trying to figure out how I have it worded on the agenda.
Voter protection supplies donation.
Thank you. IR2 is moved up to R7, voter protection supplies donation.
So if you want to go ahead and however you want to.
It's okay. It's okay. So National League of Cities reached out to members of Cities Vote about an opportunity to receive KN95 masks for voting stations for voters, workers, and those who need to be covered during this time through a private company. So I sent the email to the city registrar for voter information, the city attorney, and the city manager, mostly for them for situation awareness. Since the voter registrar office doesn't fall under the city, I just copied them for situation awareness. And so I asked if they were interested in it, if there's something that we could do to work together to get this these supplies, if they wanted it, so we can execute, because there was a deadline of Friday to submit the information. And so Mr. Shelton said that he was interested in receiving the supplies. And so it could either have gone to his office to sign off on, since he does not fall under the city, or it could have went to us as a city nation. And since that would require more, since there was a tentative deadline that was really approaching fast, the best approach was to get it through the city. So Mr. Altman said if Mr. Shelton wanted it, that he would accept it on behalf of the city and make sure that they just get the donated to the registrar's office for voters on election day. The attorney reviewed it, she had some concerns, then researched it back to the code and then signed off on it. So documents were provided to National League of Cities. The drop-off location for the ballots will be the voter registrar's office. They will get the supplies for election day. We ordered 10,000 K95 masks to be distributed across all 7 polls on election day. So it'll be up for them for distribution. Should there be an issue with getting the ballots delivered at the voter registrar's office, Public Works is the backup location. I copied all necessary staff on the confirmation so that way they can handle the logistics should a point of contact need any clarification. So good news, we was able to get it done for their office and they can provide those to everyone on election day. And thank you, Mr. Altman, for stepping in to help Mr. Shelton.
Oh, my pleasure. We want to make sure the election process goes off smoothly.
And so I had this on the agenda the day it came through. It was the same time frame as when we had to put items on the agenda last week. So I just did it because I saw it come through. At that time, I didn't have any documentation to go with this. I didn't have any other additional information, and I didn't know how the process would flow out. So I pretty much put this on here as a placeholder in the event that I needed a council to vote on something. But the issue didn't need to go through council and it's already been addressed and it's going through the registrar's office. So. Councilor Pelham?
Oh, no, we can't talk about security at the polls, can we?
This item was for voter protection supplies for donation.
Voter protection. That sounds like security.
Oh,
No.
it was the mask in particular.
Okay.
I think we need to stick to the motion if you can. I'll defer to if you want to finagle it, but
never mind.
Wanted to ask Mr. Altman to relay something back to Mr. Shelton, like we did with the other stuff. You can certainly do that, just not have a big discussion on it.
No, if Mr. Altman would just do that to see if he needs any consideration for extra security at the polls, looking at what's going on in the nation.
Yeah.
So that we can be prepared.
Yes, ma'am. We, just to let everyone know, while we'll stay close to the motion, from the protection perspective, we did have a meeting with the registrar and a couple members of the electoral board about 3 weeks ago, maybe longer, because it was probably about 5 weeks out from the election, to discuss their needs. And we've addressed the needs for security. We've got a plan for that. And we also went ahead and made sure that we had everything set up on election day, should there be any needs arise, either from a public works or police or fire standpoint. With public works, we have a standby crew ready to go. So we went to voter registrar weeks in advance to make sure that we had everything planned out for smooth election day next Tuesday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Do we need a motion to adjourn if the motion previously was to go until we finished our set?
Every time, you're right. Thank you. Everyone have a great night. Thank you, Mr. Altman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kamisha, for that. Ms. Brown, everyone have a good night. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody have a great night.
What a day, what a day. Thank you, Lord.